Good evening. What a day. Today was a great day. I tell you what. I had this crazy run of several days in a row of just getting super busy and getting a bunch of stuff done, but I was kind of sick at the same time and I couldn't sleep. It was a weird kind of dichotomy of being very productive with sort of busy things that didn't require too much brain power, like actual mental activity. And at the same time, because of the state I was in, being totally exhausted, and then at the same time, having this weird sort of motivation. It was really strange. I was able to get a lot of things done, though. And today was another one of those days. You know, I got very little sleep last night. I expected to, but I wound up not really. But it turned into another day of getting a bunch of things done that I wouldn't have done otherwise or considered even getting into. And so you'll have to bear with me, though, because I'm kind of getting over some things, and it's kind of it's not going quiet, you know. I was about to start up the stream here a couple minutes ago, and all of a sudden I went into a coughing, sneezing fit. And then I just jumped on as soon as I kind of got my head together. So I apologize for that. Kind of a late start today. I wanted to begin with a very interesting find. You know, I talk about a lot on the channel here, Kabbalah, and I make it very clear. I've said many times I don't teach Kabbalah because how dare I, right? But I can allude to it, I can point to it, and I can share my own experience and my own perspective on this beautiful art. The art of ourselves, the art of our journey, the art of our creation, of our return. The word Kabbalah, a very beautiful word, means the reception or to receive. And when you consider that and really think about the implications of that word and all what that means, it means a couple of things. First of all, it implies a giver and a receiver. If it implies the idea, the concept of reception, then that means that there's something bestowing, right? There's something in the state of giving. There's also an idea of being in the state of receiving, being in the state of want or listen, right? And when you consider what that means, it's this idea of kind of a choice is being made, a decision is being made, right? That's really at the core of what we're trying to get at here. There's a thing happening, something's speaking, something's listening, or something is attempting to be heard, and something is in a position to either receive it or not. They're in the position to receive it. The question is has the decision been made to do so? Is that reception being allowed, or is it being denied, right? Is it being accepted or rejected? And why? The why is the ultimate question. Why do we reject the truth, right? Why do we reject the voice of our own soul talking back to us? And more importantly, how can we stop doing that? Because we're not rejecting it in some fashion of no, or I refuse to believe, or it's actually different than that, and in a very interesting and beautiful way. And we can kind of twist the math a little bit in our favor to allow that conversation to take place. And I've talked about it a few different ways, and we're going to touch on it a little different tonight. Luana, how you doing, kitten? Wow. Thank you for popping in. Something very interesting happened today. When you put yourself in a state of listening correctly, you hear. And I heard a lot of different things today. I heard some very special things from a lot of special people. And as I was going through the day and pondering everything that was being told to me, everything that was being shared with me, I was looking through some things of what I was going to talk about tonight, and I had some notes that I had written a long time ago in a little book. And the book was not my book originally. It was a little notebook. A little blank notebook that somebody had said, oh, you know what, I have this notebook. I just started it in the beginning, and I'm just doodling some things, and so you can have it. And this is basically some doodles. I hope they don't mind that I'm sharing their art. I mean, I'm not going to reveal their names, so. But it's like on the phone doodling kind of thing, right? I mean, just sitting there doodling, and there's right. Okay, so it's a beautiful piece of random rambling. Now, in the mix of this, is this piece of paper. Shushu, how you doing? Good evening. Sarav, I haven't seen your name in my chat in a while. Thank you for popping in. We're gonna get to readings here in just a little bit, actually. So we'll jump on that. But thank you for coming in. I love that. I love when I see names pop back in. There's these 3 hearts, which is fine. But then this other interesting thing that was in there. Now, just anyone who's been to my channel that knows the kind of weird synchronicities that take place, and of course that's not the word, is it? It's beautiful. But this is just one of those moments. And I just want to be clear about who we're talking about here. This person is a special person in my life. But specifically, when it comes to the levels of the knowledge that we're talking about here, with respect to Hermeticism, occultism, esotericism, she is absolutely sort of like repellent of it. It's very sort of old school Christian Methodist type woman, so to speak. Long story short, no affiliation whatsoever. Let's just actually the opposite of no affiliation. That said, there's an openness to and a tolerance, and so there's a friendship and there's a respect, right? And that is maintained through that level of allowing each other to be who they are without there being an expectation or any kind of want. Just you are who you are, and that's what we're here to do. That's what we're here to receive. And so we're able to have this mutual respect. Long story short, this was in the book. It was just one of the pages in the book, right? I mean, we have pictures of clowns and butterflies and birds and, and to be clear, this woman is 66 years old when this was drawn. Something like that. No affiliation whatsoever. Doesn't know the first thing about this stuff. Whenever I even begin talking about it, and so I started looking at it. And it's just really, really interesting stuff. The patterns here, like, first of all, you have the 10 going from the bottom up in a staircase type pattern, and then you have the 10 going down, right? Then you have this weird idea of the 864, and then you have this idea going 864 back up. You have a 57, a 48, a 39, right? So it's 12, 12, 12, 12, the 3 6s, the 2 8s, the 2 4s. Just a very interesting, beautiful little spiral happening here. And when I asked her about it, I'm like, well, hey, by the way, what's on this thing in your book? What am I looking at? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking when I did that. I'm not sure. Started flipping through the book. She's like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure. So then I'm like, okay, so what about this? What is that? Oh, yeah, I guess I was just doodling some hearts. Okay, doodling some hearts. She's like an old hippie type and that type thing. And so, great. It's one of my favorite symbols, right? It's all over the place. I wear it on my pinky. I have it, we all know the symbolism of the heart. The heart is the cup upside down. So that said, I thought to myself, just very interesting that, the even nature of this. Clearly she was drawing in the lines, All right, those appear on the line. And they also happen to appear kind of like right around a series of numbers on this is a true story. This person has no affiliation to this. Was an accident. So I thought, come on, I gotta look underneath, hold it up to the light and see, where do those hearts fall? On the life of my children. This is true story. True story. The hearts fall on the numbers 864. I guess that's too bright. How am I going to make this visible on the camera? That light's a bit much. How can I make you guys see that, I wonder? So the heart is, and I don't want to draw on her this thing here, but essentially the heart appears on this 8. This 4 and this 6. Okay. And I just, so there's this weird kind of now triple pattern of this number 864. And so, of course, when I was sitting down and I had a moment in front of my computer and whatever the case, I went onto my program here and I looked up the number 864. So let's just go through the exercise here. Right, so we'll look up 864 and see if we can see anything interesting. And so there's nothing actually here, but it says, you know, this word has the use of a final letter. Okay, and a final letter is a very important idea with respect to Gematria or Hebrew in general, whereas there's certain letters that when it appears as the final letter in the word has a different numerical value. And so let's just look at what that means. If you look here on the right, where we have the list of the Hebrew alphabet with the numerical values, you'll notice that there's 5 letters, Kof, Mem, Nun, Fe, Tzadi, that have a multiple of 10 when it appears as the last letter in a word. So if the word ends in a Kof, that Kof, instead of equaling 100, is going to equal 500. Mem, instead of equaling 40, is going to equal 600, and so forth, but only when it appears as the last letter. So now in this particular word, or a word that includes the value of 864, it includes a final letter which changes the value of the word, and so this is the word prior to that value being changed. Okay, so just to be clear on what just occurred and why 864 becomes 214. Okay, so a journeying, that's very interesting, right? Cedar-like, firm, okay. Ornament or glory, that's very significant Kabbalistically. Good stuff. And then what is that? Right? You know, sometimes you see things and it's like, oh, yeah, well, I mean, I suppose I should have expected that. Right? I mean, are we going to pretend that that wasn't going to happen? But it did, right? How interesting is that? So, and, you know, I want to be clear. Where we are right now, we're playing with toys. But there is truth. You just have to see it, right? You need the eyes to see and the ears to hear. And when you kind of read between these lines, all of a sudden, wait a minute. How many coincidences do you need before you go, okay, we're looking at a sign pointing at maybe possibly the truth here? So 864, okay? 864 means many things, but one of the things that it means is descent. What's another word for descent? You know, there's a lot of ways that we can kind of consider that word. If we look at it with respect to the I Ching, which again, the I Ching is basically the most refined, the most distilled, the most elegant version of the truth spoken. positive, negative. That's the basis of the entire... Here's my interpretation of that. The I Ching has 64 hexagrams, comprised of 2 states in 6 different phases that are in a state of either changing or resisting change. It's a very complex system mathematically, but it's very elegant and simple visually and so forth, and the flow is very natural. But then it's actually based on the system of the Tao. The Tao being the way, the integral way of the idea of those 2 counter-rotating forces are actually just a small piece of the other. And that small piece of the other is really just a reflection of the fact that it's one thing. And so this is my example of that. The 64 hexagrams are the lines and dashes that we're all familiar with. And this is the I Ching. But then we have the Tao. 1 stone, 2 phases. It's either in a state of change or it's in a state of resisting that change. That's it. But it's 1 stone. It's one thing. Sometimes it's this, sometimes it's that, but it's always the stone. Right? This is the Tao. And so we have the thing, then we have the thing's states, and then we have the happenings. There's many different happenings. There's 4 happenings, really, and those are based on the original 2. Speak, hear. The 4 subtle versions of those, speaking and hearing, are a little different, but basically the same idea. Speaking and hearing, or not speaking and not hearing. Okay, so now what we have is as things descend, they become a little more discrete. They become a little more separated. So now instead of just having the conversation that is eternal, that turns into speaking and hearing. Then that turns into speaking, hearing, not speaking, not hearing. Then it turns into, right, and that's how you get this cascade of possibility and probability. And that really comes from these 2 ideas. And another way to speak these 2 ideas is descent and ascent. Rising and falling. When the voice of our soul speaks, that is a state of descent. When we speak, it's in a state of ascent. When we're listening, it's in a state of ascent. So that's the important math here. And so it's just interesting how we have this idea of this random piece of paper that was a doodle in somebody's book has nothing to do with this knowledge, is repelled by it, draws this beautiful diagram. Now, begs the question, what about 468? Come on, Michael, we got to look at 468. Yes, I'm referring to the Tao. Missy, how's it going? Maddie, maravista shirei. So how am I going to look at 864 and not look at 468? So let's take a look. Because, it can really be something when you let yourself have it. And, I want to stay again, like, don't take any of this too seriously. Okay? That's important. Just beautiful. There's sometimes you have to just let yourself have it. Am I a Wu-Tang fan? I was born in 1975. I went to high school in the 90s. Actually, I don't know. You know, it's funny. I went through a Tupac phase in the '90s. That was pretty interesting. Nobody who knew me knew what was going on. They're like, "What's going on with Michael? He's listening to Tupac." I mean, just imagine. You can't. It's people who knew me in high school would know that that's like really not me. I was kind of a goth, not goth, not even close, but like a metalhead. I had a lot of goth friends. I had a lot of metalhead friends. I had a lot of burnout friends. I had a lot of jock friends. I had a lot of cheerleader friends. So I was sort of like in the middle of everything and would belong to no one. And my people were D&D nerds, you know. My people are still D&D nerds. You know, we just do it for real now. But so, yeah. That said, though, I should consider that on the channel here, because you know there's truth everywhere, and that includes rap, that includes hip hop, that includes R&B, that includes that entire genre of this different vocabulary that's telling the same story, right? And I may start with my now that you've kind of awoken that in me. Now I got to, first of all, as soon as the stream is over, and it's going to be 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to be bobbing my head to death around the corner. So, you know, but that said, though, I'm going to listen to that now and think about it from the respect of the story, right? I'm sorry, my throat is killing me right now. That's going to be a lot of fun. That's going to be. Thanks for that, Missy. But you know, it's these patterns, you know, and now we notice again. There's 10 plus 8, right? Plus 2 is 20. 9 plus 6 plus 3. How beautiful is that? 8 plus 4 plus 4. 5 plus. If you do the math down and just look at the actual patterns of, and again, I don't want to write on it, so I'm gonna scan it and then, you know, kind of do some math, and we're gonna look at the spirals and things that happen here. But it's just, isn't that beautiful? And now we know the rule of 9 equals 0. So if we theosophically reduce this, the reduction is a 9 right out of the gate, because you know 6 and 3 is 9, 9 and 9 is 18, which is a 9. So right away we can cancel these two lines as 9s. So we go from 20 to 9. Just beautiful. 7, 20, 9, 7, 3, also a 12. Now here's an interesting thing too. This 6 is shared, right? That's a shared 6. And so that changes the value of the x. This x is 20, right? And if you were to add them together, you'd get the 11, 22, 33, 44, 55. 11, 22, 33, 44, 55, right? So it would be 110, unless you decide not to repeat that 6. And now I wasn't sure what to do here. Do I repeat the 6 when counting the x? What's your opinion? Because my opinion was don't repeat the 6. Count the value of the x as it stands, not the theoretical x of me anthropomorphizing the fact that there's 2 layered lines of 10 digits. It's not. It's an x, and there's 1 6 in the center, right? And so is that how I should read it? Or should I read it that it is in fact 2 lines of 10, and that 6 is a 12, stacked 2 6s on top of each other? Yes, how are you doing? I'm ready to let go and release. Awesome. Say yes to yourself. Thank you for that. There's a few very special people here that have made this experience what it's supposed to be. And there's a little circle building up here, this wheel, right? There's a few people in the room that know what I'm talking about, And that wheel is an important one. And, it's a matter of who are we and what state are we in? Because don't forget what I've talked about here before, and I think this is a really, really big thing. We are each other. And we can't forget that. And, who we are is who we put our attention on. What we put our attention on is what we embody. And very often we put our attention to the identity, the shape of the identity in our brain, right? I put our attention on the thought form, to quote Eckhart Tolle. And what is a thought form? It's a shape in your brain. Right? That's what we identify. That's what we're pointing our attention to and what we identify with as who we are. But when we're allowed, or when we allow ourselves to realize the truth and we embody the thing we put attention on, and we put attention to each other, the community feels that. Everybody in that wheel will feel that. Literally, it's not figurative. You just have to be open to it. And I had some connections today. There were several conversations that took place, kind of independent of each other, but that were entwined. I had my first conversation that I had today was my inspiration to what I was going to be talking about with respect to there's some art that I'm going to be sharing, and it's just with the intent of showing the same moment from different angles. And it's based on a little birdie who inspired me to review my past work and kind of consider it through the new eyes of who I am now compared to who I was when it was created. And so a lot of the artwork we're going to be looking at is at least 10 years old. And it's the idea that you can see the same moment through different eyes. And that's what we're talking about trying to do here. And recognizing that we are each perspective. We are that thing. This is not a thought experiment, right? It's not a psychological experiment. We are able to go through this process empirically, lucidly, and that's what we're here to do. And so, that led to me kind of going through some of the artwork and deciding, do I want to go through this? This is one progression that I kind of put together, and I thought, it's a little heavy, and people I don't know how they're going to receive it. And I thought, no, it's perfect. I have to, because what what happens when you put yourself out there? The people who don't belong leave, and the people who belong stay, right? And so that I thought to myself, I'm just going to do this, and then I was having a conversation with somebody who I believe is present in the room, and some things happened that were very beautiful and were very synchronistic. And it led me to realize that, okay, I have to do this tonight. It's happening. And so that was it. The key was turned. It was locked in. And then I was having another conversation with somebody else who was present in the room here as well. My sister from another mister, soul sister. And that conversation went elsewhere, which was also very synchronistic and related to what is going on here. She accused me of calling other people by the same nickname, and that's not true. I don't share nicknames with people. That's like so rude. You're my only sister. That's not true. My sister Amy is my only real sister, but you're my soul sister. But that said, though, there's so many of these synchronicities that took place today. And on top of that, though, is that there's some connections that are taking place on a different level that are quite something. When you put yourself out there in a state of reception, which is what I've done, and now what you seek is what you attract. You have to seek it the proper way. And what I seek is wrongness, so that it might be made right. And occasionally that comes into my space, and I'm put in the position of having the honor and the privilege of participating in somebody's healing. And I've been asked to do that by myself and the universe here several times in the recent past, and some things have come up for a couple of people that are very serious. And I want everyone to know, whether you're watching now or in the near future, that we're going to be okay. These aren't just words that I'm speaking. This is the truth of what's going on right now, and how that's going to progress into the very near future, within the next several weeks and months. Is that if you were to ask yourself in 90 days, are you happy? Where are you now compared to where you were 90 days ago? You're going to go, oh, wow. And so, okay. It's not about moving away from toxicity. That, of course. But more importantly, it's about dissolving it by recognizing who's speaking. And when you have toxicity enter your world, the tolerance for it doesn't exist. And it's not in like a militant intolerance. It's more just a matter of that it will be repelled from you. Because it can't latch on. There's nowhere for it to go. There's no room for it. It's kind of like the idea as well that I speak about very often with courage. Courage does not just appear. Courage is a side effect. Courage is a manifestation of a necessity. And when the necessity ends or disappears, so does the courage. It's not. It doesn't even exist. And so it's the idea of that. Like toxicity. What is toxicity? It's a side effect. It's a result. And that result can be changed very easily by now understanding that and saying, okay, well then let's take a step back and let's look at the ingredients. What is the toxicity made of? What are the pieces that make that come together? And now that I know what the ingredients are, I know what to change. What is toxicity? This is for the sake of the conversation. Toxicity is red and green mixed together in the wrong ratio. And I can, now that I have an understanding of that, can add a little bit of yellow to brighten that up a little bit. Turn that red into a little bit of more of an orange, and turn that green a little bit brighter, and then it kind of turns into more of like a tan color. It's almost like the color of sand on a clear day. And what that is primer, right? It's the light we live under. It's basically white with a little bit of yellow. That's sunlight. And now we can take that and we can turn it into whatever we want. But the first thing that we have to do with respect to, say, toxicity is we have to identify the color of that toxicity. We have to identify its shape, its ingredients. And very often that work is not as hard as you think, and more importantly, can be very surprising how simple those ingredients are. The things that we actually are personally doing to maintain that toxicity in our lives, and how easily we can be free of all of it. So this here though, I talk about some of the interesting kind of things that I bumped into here. If I find more stuff that and you guys too, just take a look at it here. Just, consider one thing too. Look at the lines. 2, 8, 10, 3, 6, 9, 4, 4, 8, 5, 7, 6. But that one's all by itself. The ones are by themselves. There's something beautiful about that, isn't there? Right? That these ones are like alone. I don't know, there's something to that. This person had no idea what is going on here. In fact, one of the pictures that they drew was a staircase. Like when the stairs you draw as a kid, And so she drew a staircase with numbers. Drew a staircase going down with numbers, the ascent and the descent. And then they have 864 and the 468, and it's just this beautiful little holographic. Really something, I tell you what. pop into the chat real quick. I'm going to scroll back here a little bit. Okay. Okay, Door Monster had some good D&D humor videos. Hi, Missy. Well, when it comes to good D&D videos, I mean, there's some good stuff out there. But yeah, there's a couple of interesting things that I've seen relatively recently, but I haven't really spent enough time getting back, like really knee deep into it. There's actually a podcast that I listen to, more than anything when I'm trying to wind my brain down and sort of ground into my body, you know. Hardcore punk. That's cool. Yeah, you know, I don't know. I went through some weird phases. It's funny, though, because my physical appearance didn't change very much. No one... there's probably 3 people that could have predicted anything about my personality in high school. Like, by looking at me, you never would have predicted anything about my interests. You definitely wouldn't have picked my music. I mean, you know, I was listening to Guar and I looked like I was listening to Mozart, which was funny because I was listening to Mozart. You know, and I sang in chorus, the choir, you know, in school, chorus. I was the only white bass. I was 5'6", singing with a bunch of dudes that were this tall, and the most talented singers in the world were in this class. These guys were really amazing. These 3 other people that were in the bass section with me. It was like do re mi fa, and when you know looking at me, it was classic. Oh man, high school was fun. I graduated in '93, just to put it in perspective. So that was like peak grunge in 1993. You know. Mm-hmm. Something tells me Kitten's gonna be popping in and out a lot. Okay. Oh yeah, so Luana, does it matter that there's 6 points and that the 6 is in the middle both? Yeah, well, that's the idea, you know, and it's so the implication in my mind is that it's like holographically at both states. It's a 6 and a 12 always. It's a 6 in its empirical state, and it's a 12 in its symbolic state, and that symbolic state is just as real because it's, you know, my observation gives it the meaning that it's 2 interlocking layers of 10s that both contain a 6, therefore that 6 is a layered 12, but that's not true. Clearly it's not, right? There it is. There's only one 6. However, it is real in my mind as a thought form, and now in the mind of anyone who's heard this, that 6 is a layered 6, and therefore it's also a 12 symbolically. You know, there's a beauty to that. Sure. Yeah, what type of reading? Oh, thank you. You too. Yeah, I would say my music taste is very eclectic. Yeah, that's another one too. When I was in high school, yeah, I think I was sober for, I don't know, 3 hours, and that was because I couldn't find weed. You know, that was the 90s for me, you know. Oh, the Doors, come on. They're so good. Yeah, they're so good. What a great vibe. Super mellow. Books, maybe. Just play with binary. Go to YouTube and just look up binary. Join Numberphile, great channel. I'm sure that Numberphile has some videos on binary. But really, the best way to learn it is to just grab your Windows calculator and play with it. And the system's very simple. Each place has a value. And it doubles. That's really it. You've now learned everything there is to know about binary. There's nothing else to know. So the first digit, if it's a 1, means 1. The second digit, if it's a 1, means 2. The third digit, if it's a 1, means 4. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. And so, and how you add these up. You'll see the decimal value there. The series of numbers here means 42, but which is of course the answer to So, and actually, what that is this is one of the hexagrams. It's this hexagram. Isn't that beautiful? But that said, though, basically the way binary works is this. So if I put a 1 in the 1 spot, the number is 1. If I put a 1 in this spot, it's 2, and this is 4, right? And each one doubles, 8, and so forth, right? And if I can keep going all the way up, and then you get into huge numbers, like crazy numbers. But the point is here, so if I wanted to write the number 5, that would be a 4 and a 1. If I wanted to write the number 10, that would be 4. Well, this is going to be 7, right? So 8 and 2 is a 10. And if you notice now, as far as the I Ching is concerned, there's only 6 digits in the I Ching. And so the complete number for the I Ching is 64. So it's all ones would be 63, plus the last hexagram, which is the all zeros, right? So it's the one that is, so it has no numerical value because it's all zeros. The divine feminine. So let's. But yeah, and but binary. The way to learn it is to use it like anything else, right? That's the way to do that. So let's take a look. Maybe so. Yep, I did. And so we can jump on that. Green Day, also awesome. Yeah. I don't know. It's gonna be difficult for you to name a band from the '90s that I didn't listen to and at least give time to. I gave time to a lot of music, although I had my favorites. I've been a fan of Dream Theater since they started, and so they were always there, and they were always, and I had a couple of weird sort of eclectic interests at the time. I was a big fan of classical. I was a big fan of hardcore death metal. I was a big fan of Yanni. I still love Yanni. But yeah, so yeah, and but any of the grunge stuff and anything that was called alternative at the time, I just consumed. Right? Come on, Cranberries, Zombie. They're so good. Cranberries are so good. It was pretty cool. It was also a time, if you guys, just based on age and otherwise in the room, if you recall, that was kind of a time that sort of like woman power started happening. And then, it was shortly after that we got Alanis. It was shortly after that we got No Doubt. It was shortly after that we got these, which was the beginning of this sort of girl power movement in music. And it was all, I mean, how many people when you first heard No Doubt were like, this is awesome. Fish? Come on. I lived in Marshfield, Vermont. So, but yeah, Fish. But yeah. Okay, Bree, you used an emoticon that it didn't come up on my end. In my chat, it's coming up right after Pretenders Cranberries. It says, do you have a favorite something? Maisie Star, come on. Good stuff. The Groove. The Groove is awesome. I'm trying to think of two. What did I like in the 90s that I'm embarrassed to say that I liked? I don't know. All right, who in the room is willing to admit that they thought Mbop was catchy? Shut up and admit that shit. Come on, just own it. And very quickly, Yanira, I'm going to ground and settle before we do a reading. Don't worry. Right now, I'm just being playful. Spend a couple minutes being playful, then we'll do our reading, and then I'm going to get to the section where we do the artwork and we talk about that. So, Bush. I saw Bush live. Let me tell you how awesome this singer from Bush is, man. This dude, and let me be clear, I'm from a different school. This guy took a full bottle of water right in the side of his head so hard. I mean, whoever pitched this bottle was like, the Yankees could have used him during that slump in the 90s. And he did not miss a beat. Did not miss a beat. He just took it like a champ and did not, I mean, really. And that's the difference between like punk bands and bands that are there for the music. They're not there for the ego. They're not there because they're, no. They're there for the fans. They're there for the performance, and they will not break character. That guy took it hard in the face with a full bottle of water. I was really impressed by that guy. You know what I got to see cool? It was the first Puddle of Mud Control performance. They opened for live. It was live and what's the name of that band? They were a girl band. Baby, I'm Ready to Go. What's the name of that band? Anyway, they opened for live, and then Puddle of Mud opened for them. And they did Control. And it was like, it was so awesome. They're like, we're just trying this new song out on you guys. It's not out yet. It's going to be on the, it's on our next record, and it's going to be in the radio, so just check it out. And then they dropped Control on us. It was awesome. Right? Oh my gosh, if I went digging for some of those CD mixes, because they were crazy eclectic. Like, it would jump from like straight up roaring hardcore death metal to Yanni. And to, like Call of Cthulhu, and then to Ozzy, like Randy Rhoads bass solos and stuff. It was just a cool time. I don't know, music is life. We are music. That's what we are. Like, we're made of harmonies and discords all playing against each other, And I love the sweet song of Black Coffee. See, now it's killing me. What is the name of that band? They opened for the for live. It was a girl band. It's gonna kill me. I have to Google it, and then I'm gonna step away for a moment and center, and then we'll do a reading real quick for Yanira, and then we'll continue. What is the name of this band? Republica? Was it Republica? Might have been. Was it around that time? Is that the right time? Might have been Republica. You know what song it is? The song Vegas Vacation, when the daughter is in the club dancing in the... Anyway, so yeah. It's right? Yeah, Republica. Yeah, Kitten got it. Mm-hmm. Really? Yeah, me too. I liked it. The 90s was cool because, well, my 90s was 15 to 25. I started the 90s as a, as a 15-year-old kid. And I left the 90s. Wow. Man, what a time. That was, well, I think that's probably one of the more formative times for all of us, right? I mean, going from 15 to 25, that's literally your adulthood happening. Like, for real happening. You know, martial arts talks about that, where, you don't start learning till black belt, right? Everything before that is you just forgetting the abuse you've done to your body, right? And remembering the proper way to learn so that you can begin from that point. And it's just the same idea. So, like, get 0 to 15 is like not even school. It's playing with toys. Right? You sent your first email, right? Yeah, well, I was pretty knee-deep in tech. I was always a kid that was into technology, earlier than anyone even knew. I got my hands accidentally on a document when I was a kid, one that I should not have gotten my hands on, called the Jolly Roger Cookbook. And that fell into the wrong hands. I tell you what, because I was a kid that was left home neglected, ignored. They had no idea what I was doing. Nobody was checking up on me. And I was super smart. And like crazy smart, and I got my hands on this book that had like instructions on building boxes to generate tones to make free phone calls over payphone networks, and it had instructions on hacking switches, and it's not a joke. And I read and tried everything in that book. I had a local Radio Shack, and that guy was a friend of mine, and this would walk in with questions, and he answered them, and he was a major part of who I became. But that book changed my life. And so you talk about reminiscing from the 90s, man. I was getting into all kinds of trouble in the 90s. If you were an educational building in the 1980s and 90s, I was in that building while it was closed. Every college, every high school, I just hung out in the roof, hung out in the boiler rooms, hung out in the world was mine when the lights went out. I spent a lot of time inside of the bowels of Brooklyn College. My grandmother lived 3 houses down, 2020, or 2989 Bedford Avenue. 2989 Bedford Avenue. I grew up in that house as a kid. My grandparents raised me and my sister, or on the weekends, for a good chunk of our lives. And it was a few houses down from Brooklyn College. And that experience of kind of being alone and like sneaking around into a room that's full of like all this like film equipment, like big like real cameras, and the mixing room, and there's no one there, and I'm touching and playing, turning stuff on. I got away with murder. Doing a lecture in front of a classroom that was empty. It wasn't in my world, but it was empty. Awesome stuff. Yeah, fun. Right? Radio Shack was a very major part of my life. I worked for Radio Shack multiple times, and I was around for their demise. I was the last employee in my store. My people went, and then I got the word that the last couple that we had, that was it. And it was right after Christmas. Man, that was bad. That was rough. Because I had to deliver the news to people who were working really hard that there's no hours next week, like, because of cell phones. And it's funny, the world got a little dumber. Right? Because where are you going to go right now to get a question answered about a capacitor, a resistor, a transistor. What kind of solder to use? Do I need an 1/8 inch or a 1/4 inch? All right, all these different, whatever the case. Cool, really, Yanira? Me too. You know what I started learning? I learned Cobalt, Fortran, Basic, C. What else did we learn back then? But this is, again, this is like early '90s, right? Things were different back then. I mean, now I don't think I use anything other than web stuff nowadays. Ladies and gentlemen, Satan is here. We can begin. Let me ask you a question. Why do you keep coming in here, Satan? Just come in here as Lilith and Samael, like you are anyway. Take the coat off and separate yourself, so that we can see you for who you are. Thank you for joining my chat, Satan. You're always welcome in my room. I did Basic and ANSI, C++, C Sharp. I have a question. Is it C Sharp or C++? Who can tell me what SOC 7 is? If you can tell me what SOC 7 is, I'm going to send you, when I get incense, I'll send you some incense. If you can tell me. No Googling. I'll know if you Googled it. Good stuff. So I'm going to just take a quick minute, heat up my coffee, shuffle some cards. We're going to do a quick reading for yes. And then we're going to continue and look at some artwork. By the way, Satan, if you hang out a little bit, I have a picture of you that I drew a couple years ago, and I think you might like it. So in the meantime, though, chill out. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Yeah, you know, I played piano. I play piano. I still play piano. I've played piano my whole life, like really my whole life. And there's a couple of instruments I decided that I wanted to learn how to play. And one of them was the guitar, and one of them was the violin. I've learned the guitar to a functional level, to the degree that I'm able to write my own stuff. So that's all I need. I want to be able to express myself. But the violin I have not approached at all yet. And I know people who play some string instruments so beautifully that it's like crying, the beauty. The piano is beautiful, but it's the idea of the strike as opposed to the vibration. And so nothing against the piano. I think it's a beautiful instrument, and it's allowed me to express parts of myself that I couldn't have otherwise. If it ain't Baroque, don't play it. But that said, though, there's something to be said for those two. My daughter plays flute, which is a beautiful combination with the piano. Mozart, Chopin. I share a birthday with Beethoven, December 16th. Yeah, violin is a beautiful instrument when played properly. Karen Briggs. Karen Briggs. Can't miss her. If you go to Yanni Live at the Acropolis, Yanni Live at the Acropolis, she's the beautiful black woman in the middle wearing the big bright red dress. That's her. And the sound that comes out of that violin is the most amazing thing I've ever heard come out of a violin in my life. Do you really? I don't, but I can still get an octave plus 2. So as long as I can get an octave plus 2, I'm okay. That's where I'm at, an octave plus 2. And so I'm good there. I'm never going to play Frank Liszt, but you know, I can do. Actually, my favorite right now is Gnossian, Eric Satie, Gnossian. I'm listening to it right now. It's a beautiful song. It's really, really something. And also, what's another one I'm kind of been stuck on lately? That's definitely one of them. There's something about the pulse to it. Oh yeah, and this is the reason that I wanted to learn to play the violin. Danse Macabre by Saint-Saëns. Pierre Saint-Saëns. I don't know, that might be, let me see the performance. If the performance is public domain, we're about to hear it, because it's so good. Although I played Mozart's Requiem a couple days ago, and all I got was just a no-no, and that I can't monetize, so I don't care, right? Do I care? Do I just want to play Danse Macabre and just get over it? Lindsey Sterling, ladies and gentlemen, God loves us because he gave us Lindsey Sterling. Are you kidding? I mean, like, besides her being a positively adorable human, like, we can't deny that. The music, like her approach to the rhythm of a violin and what she does with that, just something, you know. Bass cello. Is that the contrabass? Contrabass. I mean, you have to speak the name in its own voice, right? The contrabass. Ave Maria, sure. But I think I should play it. The Danse Macabre. What is Danse Macabre? It's the dance of the dead, right? And what are we always talking about? Die daily. And just imagine if we all died together and we all danced together in our recreation, in our reformation. And, you know, the way that Saint-Saëns somehow elicited this idea of bones clanking together during the dance. and the beautiful rhythm. It's like it has a Russian vibe to the. I don't know. You'll see if you're not familiar with the piece, you might realize that you are. Let me make sure that I don't break stuff when I set this up here. I'm going to test it by playing a piece of audio that's not the song. And everyone just let me know if you're able to hear what I'm about to play. And if you do, then I'll know that it's working and that this is going to work. If not, then I'll download it and play it another time. But those two songs, Eric Satie Nosian, or Nosian, and Pierre Cesson, Danse Macabre are my life right now. So okay, let's find a piece of music that we can put on. I know there's a couple that are on YouTube Music that are specifically been allowed to be played during live streams, and that is why they exist. So let's do that. And you guys tell me if you can hear this. And if it's too loud or low or whatever the case may be. I ain't afraid of no strike. I haven't had one yet. I'm still at 0. But so were you guys able to hear that? It is? Okay. It's not too loud. Let me knock the volume down to about 75%. Okay. And I'm going to mute my mic so that we don't echo. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Powerful stuff. All right. Really, it is. It's powerful. That one, it's the idea. It's a beautiful thing. But here's how I interpret that song. And first of all, I just noticed something for the first time. I've been listening to that song, that particular track on YouTube now since it came out. That particular track was posted in 2012. Okay. I just noticed for the first time since then that it was posted on my wedding day. Now, I'm divorced, but I was married on May 7th. It's just, I don't know, strange. And actually, the reason we chose the date is because it was like this insane planetary conjunction. Just look it up, May 7th of 2000. It was a crazy planetary conjunction. But that said, though, that song has always meant to me everything we're talking about. The descent, the play, the sadness at leaving, and then being happy to get home. And that part at the end, the lament, is it's so short, and that's the beauty, because that's the reality, that we just have to recognize that this thing that we're crying over is nothing to cry over. It's quite beautiful, all of it. What is ugly, but beauty in a different accent. That's all it is. Right? I was talking to somebody today about art and stuff, and you know, like this thing is an example. I showed this before. Like, it's just some ashes that were dropped on a piece of paper, just ashes that were rubbed around, right? And then in the rubbing, I kind of saw some things come out, like this figure here. It kind of looks like a female face looking up with a third eye looking up. And then there's this other person kind of sitting on a temple looking out, or at least that's what I see. Is it pretty? No, it's it's a mess. It's a mess. It's gorgeous. It's truth. It really is beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, it really is beautiful. I mean, that's something. And the beauty is who was the artist? Automatic writing, channeled information, similar to me speaking on this channel. I'd say 80% of what comes out of my mouth is not me talking, right? Or, when we just begin sketching and we end with something that is not at all what we had expected because we went in with no expectation. So it became what it became for the sake of it becoming that. So. Oh, what, the name of the song? Is that what you're asking, Yanira? Okay, so, but, you have to ask yourself, who is the artist? And that's really the beauty when you're going through that particular experience of automatic writing or automatic painting or drawing. There was a period of time where I went through this intense explosion of psychic visual art that was not for me. Some of it still, I'm not sure who it was for, and so it might be for some people here that the message was designed for you to see and to interpret, not for me. But there was a line of art that came out of me that was for me, and it was specifically designed around my story of coming to the one truth, of entering the inner sanctum, of achieving conversation, of all these things. Call it what you will. Soul talk. Meeting myself. And realizing the truth. And during that period, a number of things came out of that, which were the same moment, but from multiple perspectives, because the reality is that that's what's occurring anyway. And the same moment can look dramatically different visually, yet tell the same exact story. And there's a lesson in that. Because what is ugly but the voice of beauty spoken in a different accent? And when you become familiar with the accent, when you become familiar with the language, you can see the beauty. And before then, it's you're not sure what you're listening to, you're not sure what you're looking at. But when you can read between the lines, you can look at it and see the beauty in it. You know, consider the idea of the sigil. The sigil is it's a bunch of lines. That's all it is. But when we know what those lines mean, suddenly it becomes something quite beautiful. By the way, I love you. And, you know, the meaning behind that is born in us, and that's where it lives. And when we share that meaning and somebody else feels that truth, it's not just twice as strong. It's not just twice as large. It's not just twice as powerful. It's exponential. Just like binary. And when you consider the progression of this strength, we have one person coming to the truth, and then we have two people. Watch that decimal number. Then we have three people, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people, 11, 12, 13. Okay? This is 20 people. 20 people coming to the truth. Keep going. 25 people. That number's so big, we're at 33 million already, right? I mean, look at this. Like, it's not a joke. Okay, and now if we just go all the way up to 64 people sharing in the truth, making their goal, sharing that truth with as many as they can, for as long as they can. The number is so big, the calculator just goes, no, -1. Like it can't even do E, 10 to the, it's really that big. What are we looking at here? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 8, 20. Yeah, it's like 20 zeros. Not quite a Google, but pretty huge. But you get the idea. The idea here, the point of what we're getting at, is that alone we are the power of a star. But when two people get together with a common goal and know the truth and see each other for what they are and look at each other for who they are, those two people are a solar system. 3 people are the galaxy. 4 people are the local cluster. Like, this isn't a joke. That we can connect and we can come to this beautiful thing together just by speaking a common language of truth. And in recognizing who's speaking, right? So let's do this. I'm going to ask Yanira, if you'd like to, would you like me to do your reading now, or would you like me to go through this shared moment? Basically 5 or 6 different pieces of artwork that I created over a short period of time that were all designed to look at one moment from different lenses. And so we can either do that first, or we can do your reading first and then take a quick break and then do the artwork. So I'm going to let you decide, Yanira. Sure, okay. All right, great. And so what we're going to be looking at is, let me get the folder open here. Right now I think I have a, Yeah, the Aeon. This is Crowley's version of the universe, the world card. Or Judgment, rather. Judgment. That's it. We're going to talk about that later. All kinds of good stuff going on in there, right? Good stuff. But, okay, so let's, let me just sneak out of there for a minute. Okay, good. So I can get to the correct folder. And then open this up here. Okay. Now, we are all learning patience. Man, that's the hardest thing to do, isn't it? So, what I'm about to do is really kind of hard. You know, there's very few people I share this with. A few people I've decided to share things with over the years with respect to my art because it's very personal. Like it's a Rorschach into somebody's soul, if you know what you're looking at, right? And more importantly, you know, if you really know what you're looking at, it's a Rorschach into your own. And so you have to be prepared for that. But that said, you know, I'm showing a side of myself. And just be clear, this is a period of time where I was motivated to create. And it was a painful time, but the stuff that came out of it was truth. And so it's not painful imagery. It just was the source of my motivation to create. What I created was not my pain. But it's going back to something that occurred decades prior to that. So it's an interesting thing that we're going to be looking at this moment I went through of my awakening. And then years later of me experiencing this absolute loss of every inch of my life. Motivating me to create this artwork toward telling this story from different views. And so that's what we're going to be looking at, okay? And so let me get this first piece up here. Now, just to be clear, what we're looking at is every single one of these images is the same moment. Okay? And so what we're looking at here in this moment is, it looks like a couple of individuals, right? We have a few people here. Well, actually, let's keep that the full size. And this individual on the bottom right, or left rather, on the bottom left is somebody that pops up in my imagery very often with respect to my experience here, now. I'm pretty sure he's me, but I'm not 100% on that. And I'm interested in speaking to people that might have an intuitive understanding of this type of thing that can help me to discover that. But there's this idea of three identities. One of them is this shadowy kind of figure with the, you know, and then there's this other figure, this feminine energy, this dark-skinned feminine energy with red hair. And then there's this orange figure that you're going to see more of, you know, over time with respect to my streams. Now this is interesting too, because what we're looking at here is the same exact moment. But the players are different. There's one individual that's looking at this pyramid. There's an opening in the pyramid. The sun is directly behind it. And so the three players in this are the sun, the pyramid, and this individual. I never know how to feel when I look at this. I don't remember doing it, but I clearly did. I know I did. I mean, and the individual on the left there, I want to be clear, he's a very friendly energy. It's masculine to me. And he's very friendly. I feel a warmth for him. I feel like I want to give him a hug. I feel like he needs me. Like whenever I see him, I feel this almost like familial, like a fatherly energy toward wanting to help him. This was a very powerful series of paintings that were related to the Exodus, essentially, or the migration, really. Not the Exodus, but the migration is what I call it. And now, interestingly, you have these three figures and then this group in the back, these kind of illuminated beings in the back. And then in front, there's this blue figure and a green figure, and then there's this red figure. That's kind of like this person that we've been seeing, but he's slowly dissolving. That's true, Emma. And the beauty of that is, too, that by putting it out into the world, you are offering other interpretations. You're inviting other interpretations. And what can come from that is the beauty of finding meaning that you had never considered as the artist. Because, obviously we have our own ideas about what our own stuff means. But when we hear from somebody else a different perspective, it can wake up the artist themselves about a meaning that they hadn't considered. And that's very powerful. In fact, Trent Reznor said that about hearing Johnny Cash's version of Hurt. Woke him up to a different side of what the song meant when he wrote it. So, consider that. And so you're definitely right, Emma. And there's also, I've mentioned many times that art is a word. Beauty requires the second. Beauty requires the observer and the thing being observed, right? So the artist puts themselves out there in the form of their medium, and it is what it is. Until it's viewed by another. And when another person views it and is moved emotionally, good, bad, or indifferent, when that communication takes place, when it enters their being and they process what they're seeing or hearing or tasting or whatever the art is, beauty happens. Sarifa, you made it. Everything is well. I did not get the rest I needed. I've been under the weather, and it's affecting my sleep. But so it's this idea of allowing for that process to take place. That's all. Being open to that process. I don't know. I've stared at this picture a lot. What is he doing with his hands? Is he saying, stop, wait, come? Like, what's he saying? That's the vibe I got. Because remember, I didn't really process this until after it was done and I was looking at it. I was like, okay, well, what's going on here? What are we looking at here? And, then it dawned on me that this is the same scene over and over again. Right? It's funny. Maddie, my pastor tells me that all the time. She's like, you're going to be no use to anyone if you wear yourself thin. You have to sleep. Although I've had trouble sleeping my whole life. This is not a new thing. Oh, wow, yeah. The Rite of Spring. I love this, though, looking into the picture. And it's interesting, too, the choice that I made here of the shadow pointing, but the figure not. Like, Like the shadow is the conscious one. The figure that's looking at the painting in the front is just the shell. The shadow of that figure is the thing that's conscious. And then there's this other shadow on the left that's entering the scene, that's already in the manifest world, right? And that's on the outside, waiting for them to pass through. Beautiful, isn't it? When you consider the story that's being told here. I thought about that too, the as above, so below. We'll flip back to it too in a sec here. This here too is kind of, I mean, obviously these are the three transition colors, right? The three middle colors, the green, purple, and orange. But there's clearly the road, and there's clearly these, it almost looks like a 7 of wand, right? Like, or an 8 of wand. The 8 of wand has this idea of the journey, but of the will, as opposed to the mind or the heart. It's a different journey, into the red. And who are the three figures here? That's the interesting thing, because now suddenly, we've lost, he's dissolved. There's no figure any longer. Is he the water? Is he the sky? Is he the road? Is he the concept of that there's somewhere else, and that else is in front of you? And that's the idea of what we're looking at, is the idea of elseness, of something being in front, of there being this distance. Thank you. Secondary. Thank you. You'd think I'd remember that. I remember the word tertiary, and I forgot the word secondary. I'm like, I don't know, transition color. Those middle color. This is really something, because it's, now here we land on yellow and green, right? We just land on divine mind in the form of the sun. Now, to be clear, the name of this particular piece is Eastern Star, which implies that it's a sunrise. And there's a certain stillness to it. This has a very liminal quality. I've always felt that gives it a sensation of, at least for me, a quiet morning. I don't know, I can almost hear a breeze. I can and it's warm. It's a warm breeze. It's not a cool morning, it's a warm morning. It's special. And now, let's just flip back. I want to look at something real quick here. Based on what you had mentioned there. Oh, you know what else I just noticed? Interesting. If you look at the shadow of the figure in the bottom right, he has two shadows, as if there's two different directions. There's two sources of light. There's one behind him, and there's one to the left of him. And I hadn't considered that. And so I want to go back to the beginning and consider what we're looking at here, and then look at the last one and consider that, right? Because what we have here these two also have a symmetry to them. These two have a very strong symmetry. Kind of tells you who's who, doesn't it? She is the door. The shadowy figure in the middle is the hand saying, don't leave. And when you look at all these together is when you really it dials it in, at least for me. If you recognize that they're all telling the same story from different perspectives, it gives you this interesting insight as to who's who here. Okay, so this is a woman, a shadowy figure, and this orange figure. The woman is the water. The orange figure is the sun. The shadowy figure is the path. So now we have the code, don't we? The Rosetta Stone has been unlocked and we understand what we're looking at. And so it comes down to this whole idea, and why I did this today was not an exercise in spreading my art. I don't share it. I tried selling it once or twice. I've sold a few pieces, and I said that's not what I'm here to do, and I don't do that anymore. What it's here to do is to point out the fact of why I approach this the way that I do. Tell the same story in as many ways as possible so that we have the opportunity to recognize that truth. And when we see it, it becomes obvious. And this is the same story told multiple ways with that exact intent. And it's, once you unlock one of those, these are all different ways of telling the same story. And each one of these pieces rang to somebody differently. Somebody would look at it and go, oh, I don't like that. Or, oh my God, that's beautiful. And each one is correct. They're correct in their opinion. They can't be incorrect. It's an opinion. But also, it's the one that rings to you is your voice. Okay, that's the first bullet here. The second bullet is, now you know your voice, use it to help translate. So now you can take that piece that you know, because it's speaking your language, and compare it to the next piece that you don't know, and suddenly you're going to start to translate. And then by the third one, you're speaking fluently. And you will speak that moment very fluently. And so that's the idea of how we study the tarot. That's the idea of how we study this beautiful art of the pictorial representation of our creation. And it's also the story of the creation of the universe. And it's the story of what you are going to do with your life next year. And it's the story of what you did with your life last year, right? And that's why. Because if the truth is present, it will tell that story, period. The closer to the truth it is, the louder it tells that story, the easier you see it. You don't have to dig to find it, right? Okay, let's take a look here. Do I like Salvador Dali? This is bear shit in the woods. Salvador Dali said, if we understood art, we would paint a painting to cure a headache. Like the pattern of the color, it would elicit a response that would cure pain. Like he understood art in a way that a lot of us don't. And he was also a genius comic. A lot of his art was making fun of rich, snooty people. I just wanted to say thank you for the last 2 streams. Wasn't able, I feel asleep. Oh my God. You're welcome. I will never be upset by somebody falling asleep to my voice. It's a gift I've been given, and if that's what happens, then I feel fulfilled. Like you just made me smile. It's happened a few times with some friends of mine too. They fall, they would literally call me. I'm having trouble sleeping. Talk to me. In the great green room, there's a telephone and a red balloon. Where's the red balloon, Shushu? And a picture of the cow jumping over the moon. Okay. So, sorry I kind of got off on a little tangent there, but, yes, Emma, right. Yeah, like this. It's my Venusian mask. Oh, hello, Clearview. Revolution. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Oh, yeah, no, really. And, remember why. The why is even more important. And yes, the crying is a biggie, because the crying is the lament. The lament is part of the story. When your compulsion is to bestow and you are rejected, that's painful. And when your compulsion to bestow is to the level of the creator, and it's rejected, it is the lament of the creator. Powerful, right? And don't forget what the symbol is, right? That crying female was the door, right? And just to be clear, let's just take another quick look at that. These two pieces are identical. And so what does that mean? If we translate that, what that means is that through the door of lament is the truth. Why is she crying? Because she just wants to be heard. And how do we do that? We listen with the right organ. We listen with our hearts instead of our minds. We stop talking. And we remember who's talking. That's all. And so, the idea here about this whole system is to not just read the cards, but to use them to develop a vocabulary to access the truth. The truth speaks in a language that's not English, and it's not French, and it's not Latin. It's not Hebrew. It's not Sanskrit. They're close. Hebrew and Sanskrit are the closest. I Ching's pretty close. Two symbols that are one symbol, right? Yes, I am. I am talking. I am talking. This is the Tao, right? It's one piece with two states at both times. The fact that it's one state or another is my perception of it, because one's up and down, but that's not true. It's both at one time. What's up against the center of gravity on the planet I'm standing on. It's not up from the respect of the moon. It's not up from the respect of anywhere else. It's not up from the respect of Scott, who's in Australia right now. If I hold this up to Scott, this is up. Right? This is the Tao. 2 states, 1 object at all times. 2 states is a lie. That's just due to the perception that it has 2 states at both. It's one always. That, based on me looking at it, looks like 2 different sides of it. That's why we're here, Missy. We were created to listen and to be heard. And when one of those 2 things is not happening, we suffer. And so first remember to listen. Listen first. And then remember always that I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. The beauty of the conversation is that thing that you're denying, that's asking to be heard, is you. And it won't reject you. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. It can't. It won't. It's not able to reject you because it's in a constant state of giving. Casting its love without regard. Just an infinite casting of love without regard. And so if you're feeling that rejection, it's because you're speaking. And that's why you can't receive. And if you're seeking anything other than divine love, then you're not going to find it. It's just going to lead to questions, which lead to answers, which lead to questions, which lead to answers, which lead to nothing. And instead, seek the truth, which leads to nothing. And in that nothing is the darkness that allows you to shed yourself of the prison of the personality, forcing you to use something other than your eyes to see, which activates the sun that's inside of you, that's been shining already, that's just simply being blocked by the husk. Embody her. You're not separate, and when you let her in, guess what happens? Immediately that light turns on. Blinding to everyone around you except those who are attracted to it. We have to be able to own who we are. That's the step. Crying about who we are is recognizing who we are, and so that's a very important place to be. Because then we get to let go of that and recognize that's not who we are. That's who we chose to be at that moment because we forgot who we were. That's the beauty of this. And that's also especially true for how people view us, how we're perceived, especially if you come from a place where you grew being told how little you were and how what you can't and what you won't. Not only is there no truth in those words, they didn't even believe them. You have to share. I'm sorry, the name is not familiar to me. And for the sake of others in the chat as well, let's just look it up and share this name so that we can have this discourse. Right, okay. A 12-year-old girl that was gruesomely murdered, found dead in a box. Yeah, abandoned in a plastic packing box, right. Yeah. Or Maddie, which I talked about on 9/11, who was a little boy that died of a very rare disease that spent 14 years of his life feeling like he was burning on fire with pain for 14 straight years. And the whole time professing love. All right. So let's just take a look at the wisdom of the attempted troll. I love you, Emma. Yes, there is truth in that. It's horrible from our perspective. I mean, we can't even begin to wrap our heads around how there could be a why behind that. And that's sort of the dichotomy here, is that the standard Judeo-Christian idea of God being all good is a misunderstanding of what God is. The reality is that God may be all good, but that's only half the story. God is not all good. God is all giving. There is no good. There is no bad. There only is. Good and bad is our interpretation. This is not good or bad. It depends on what side of this you are looking at, right? What do you call up? Kitten got it. But that's only from our perspective. It's not like evil exists. God did not create evil so that we would know good. Evil is a side effect of the fact that there is an unfolding. There is a happening. There can't be a happening without there being competing forces. And so they exist at the same time. The fact that evil exists is a side effect of the fact that good exists. The fact that we exist is the fact that God existed. We happened at the same time. The identity of God as an intelligence, a personality, an identity occurred at the same moment we did. I call you Maddie because of your name, which is Maralista Shire. That's your magical name. Until you choose your own. So, and if you want to know what it means, I'll tell you in private. But yeah, and obviously I'm not justifying anything that happens that is suffering in another human being. But one thing that we can't understand, Emma, ever, is being able to understand the why. It's especially when it comes to suffering, bad things happening to people that it doesn't look like that they deserve. I mean, I'm not going to go down the list of all horrible things that have happened to people that I know, but there's some pretty bad things that have happened. And what we have to recognize is that we, because of the fact that we are capable of receiving suffering, fear it. And we look for some kind of solace that is going to protect us from that suffering. And so we think, oh, okay, well, let's invent God. We didn't have to. God already existed. What we invented is an anti-God that we started calling God instead of God. And then we called it that, and it's separate from us. And then now we have this separate thing that we call a God that we're going to now say is out there that's going to protect us from this suffering. Is that the case? Ask anybody who's in pain if God is stopping their suffering. No, because they are asking a separate being to stop their suffering, and there is no separate being to stop their suffering. If you know the truth, that there is a being out there that can stop your suffering, and it's you, by recognizing what suffering is, what pain is. Pain is not suffering. Suffering is an adjective. Suffering is a point of view. It's a perspective. Pain is just a thing. It's a vibration. It's a collection of charges, just like anything else. ow is an opinion. So you can observe the pain, look at it. I just realized I have this on, which is echoing the crazy night out of the music. Thank you. So the idea is the idea of transferring the perspective, because of the fact that we're not able to see from the perspective of the lens. So if we find ourselves in the perspective of pain, like a headache, from our perspective, we look at the headache and it's real. We feel it. But our definition is suffering. Right? But now instead what we can do is we can realize the truth, which is the fact that we can understand when we look at the pain that that's actually our voice speaking back to us in the voice of sensation. That's us talking back, right? And again, let's just pretend for the sake of the conversation that what we're doing is that we are not only the headache and the body that's hurting, but we are the pain itself. We're all three. Just for the sake of the conversation, we're playing pretend. And if that's the case, then what we can do is we can look at the pain Feel it. See it from the perspective of the truth, which is that we are the pain, and identify with it. Remember that it's us. And then when we do that, it opens up that communication. And when that communication is open, it allows for that conversation to happen. And what happens is you recognize, I am the pain. I'm not just the body hurting. I'm not just the observer of the pain. I'm the pain itself. I am the sensation. And then you embody it. Become it, because you are it. And when you do that, it lets you flip the lens. It lets you see your body through the eyes of the pain. And guess what happens? When you are the pain, you can't see the pain. You're seeing the body. And so what happens is you're looking at the world through the perspective of that sensation. And so the suffering disappears. Suffering is a side effect of personality, of identity. It's an adjective. It's an opinion. It's a meaning that we create about a phenomena. It's not the phenomena itself. A headache is a real thing. Pain is real. Suffering is an opinion. So when we take on the identity of the pain itself and look at our body instead of our body looking at the pain, the suffering disappears. I mean, that's the formula for transformation. And it works. Yes, it is a voice. Pain is a voice. Yeah. And that's a metaphor. This is the voice of color. It's speaking to you in color, right? What is color but a vibration? That vibration is very specific, and based on the frequency, it's red as red, green, blue, yellow. Go that vibration a little bit lower, same octaves, but a little bit lower, multiple octaves down, same note, and it's sound instead of light. Still red, but you can't see it anymore because it's too low of a frequency. It's infrared. Infra meaning below. And so it's there, it's actually in the room, but your eyes can't detect it. If your eyes could, you'd be able to see it. It's just like this. That blinking light is visible on the camera because the camera is capable of seeing it. Okay? My eye can't see that blinking light. I don't see it, but the camera can. So when I'm looking at the phone, is that light real? No. But when I'm looking at it with the correct camera, it is, right? That lens can see more than my eye. Sound is light, experienced by the ears because it's too low of a frequency to be perceived by the eyes. Pain is just a different frequency that's perceived by the nerves instead of the eyes and ears. It is the same object being perceived by a different sense because it's vibrating at a different frequency. Pain is a voice, just like light is a voice, just like sound is a voice, just like smell is a voice, right? Jumping to a bunch of other topics, lights, colors, phones, distractions. Yep. That's right. The myriad of diverse experience, the totality of possibility. Why not? Look at the totality of possibility of this chat right now. There's people in here with IQs in the 180s. And there's people who come in here with names like Poopy Pants. And everybody's welcome to speak their mind. And how beautiful is that? You are one of those colors, Emma. Maddie's one of those colors. Brianna's one of those colors. Luana is one of those colors. Shushu. Shushu's at least 3 or 4 colors. But what we're trying to do, just to be clear, and I'll keep repeating it until it sinks in, we tell the same story through multiple ways with the intent of one of those vocabularies ringing. I'm talking colors, light, sound, Solomonic magic, sigils, Bible, Ching, Eastern, Western, up, down. Yeah. And they're all pointing at the same story. Welcome to the smooth sounds of your soul speaking at you all night long. It's a joke for the Rosicrucians in the room. It's the same story I've been telling all night, all week, all month, 47 years. Well, 20. But that's the idea, okay, Emma? It's like a language magic trick, but what is the point? The point is a point. Here's the point. This is my magic box. All sages have their magic box, right? What's in here? Is it Moldavite? Is it the pillow of... No, stop. Ladies and gentlemen, Emma wants to know the point, so I'm going to show Emma the point. This whole deck here is designed with one goal in mind, which is to not tell the future, not recollect the past, but to elicit the response of the one truth. Okay, and so here it is. Here's the end first. I can tell you a story. Once upon a time, you. And because you said I. That's right, it's all your fault, Emma. Cool. Yeah, I have a couple stories to tell about pain, but that's not what it's about. It's not about telling the stories about pain. It's about telling the stories about how to recognize and destroy it, or more importantly, to embody it, let it in. It's part of reality. Anybody who's going to tell you that, you know, there's this warm, fuzzy world that you can live in where there's no pain and everything is good and wonderful is lying to you. That doesn't exist in this world. You're in the world of physical. Pain is part of it. Pain is one of the colors of the rainbow that we should experience. Take it in, embody it, understand it, prevent it. Yeah. You're right. Yes. Get this. This entire life is meaningless, and the fact that it's meaningless doesn't matter. What is this? Nothing. Right now it's a 2 because I said it's numbers, and then later on I'll say it's something else and it's no longer a 2, and neither of those things matter, and when I die in 20, 30 years, hopefully, the moment won't matter to anyone except for some sage in 200 years that's reading the Akashic record that sees me holding up 2 fingers, and is going to try to contemplate the oneness of the 2. Right? It matters and it doesn't matter. And at the end of the day, that's the secret, Emma. None of this matters. It's all lies. Every single word. If you can perceive it with your senses, it's a lie. It's pointing to the truth, but it's not the truth. And so, get over it. Stop seeking. Here's to all the seekers in the room. Here's to all the seekers in the room. Perk up, because here it is. You can't lose what you never had to begin with. But there's... Well, let me get the one. It's so simple, I should be able to remember it by now. But basically... hang on there. There are no answers. The sooner you let go of the compulsion to know and just be, the sooner you will find peace. There are no answers. There are none. It's true. And all answers do is lead to questions, which lead to answers, which lead to questions. It's, you know, that's why I say to apply the algorithm. Every 2 has a third. If you have a question and then you get an answer, you're still left with nothing. Nothing's happened. So what you have to do is you have to combine the question and the answers into a thing and then look for the complementary opposite, and that is the truth. The opposite of questions and answers is truth. What is the opposite of black? White. But black and white are actually two sides of the same coin with the opposite of color. Okay, well, what's the opposite of black and white and color? Value, shade, nuance, just to quote Shushu. Right? And you can apply that algorithm multiple times until you're left with one truth. Everything reduces to the one truth if you keep going, just like the inner trigrams of the I Ching. We just keep deriving new trigrams until within 2 or 3 steps, I forget, but there's a maximum number of steps that's very short. You will come to one of the 4, period, every time. And so it's very easy to kind of whittle down to that truth by recognizing the appropriate process of that algorithm, which is just a fancy word for do this, if then. Very simple stuff. And it has to be simple, because when you're talking about things as large as creation, it can only be spoken to with simple language. Did you ever read Morals and Dogma? Did you ever read Science and Health? Right? I mean, the language is so complex that it's just a matter of trying so hard to use beautiful language to get to a point where that can be stated by literally putting a dot on a piece of paper and shutting up. And then there's the answer, right? There is the totality of human experience, and everything that occurs is an unfolding of the interplay between that dot and its environment. The breath that spoke the universe into existence, and the inhale that accepted it at the same moment. And don't forget the truth. The inhale came first. This all came from the desire to take in oneself. When you breathe in, that's God breathing out into you. And why? Because you breathing in. The desire came first. So let's take a look here. No, that's a lie. If I need to fix my kitchen sink, I only have to identify the problem, and then I can sort out how to fix it. There are answers to some things. Okay, well, maybe. But now what you're speaking about is, and you're correct. Let's just start by saying Emma is correct. Having a broken sink and then determining the steps that need to be taken to fix the sink is correct. There's a truth in the fact that the instructions led to a result that you were considering. And so magically, truth happened. Your will was to fix the sink got fixed, therefore the truth occurred because the work was successful. That's empiricism. It works, therefore it's true. Empiricism is one of the maxims. It is an axiom of magic. However, there's also an important thing to remember. The fact that the sink was broken was just your opinion. It was just that was just a state of the parts in their current configuration. Prior to that, they were in a configuration that did not include a loose. Loose is a term that you made up of the pipes that were stuck together that the water was going out instead of through. So your interpretation of that is broken sink. The sink wasn't broken. It is not a sink. It's a collection of parts that, as a unit, its use is defined as a sink by our minds. There was no sink. It wasn't broken. That's a philosophical understanding, of course, but it's also true. I mean, everything I just spoke is true. There's no opinion, and the fact that it's a sink is its function, not its form. Its form of a sink is our interpretation of these shapes stuck together. What is a sink? Is it a bowl with a hole that we put fluid into? Is that a sink? Or is a sink, I don't know, what is a sink? If I dig a hole in the ground, can I call it a sink? Or does it need a hole to be called a sink? Or does it need pipes to be called a sink? Does it need to be in a house, or can I have a sink outside? No, it's clearly sinks outside. Right, so what's a sink? Because at the end of the day, that's an important question. There is no sink until a person comes along and goes, oh, there's my sink. No, it isn't. It's a metal bowl with a pipe stuck to it, and then another thing. It's a series of separate, discrete, individual things that, when put together with an intent, becomes a sink. Let's see, there's no magic. So anything Michael will attempt to redefine it. This reminds me of a Darrell Brooks trial where he now says he doesn't refer to himself as Darrell Brooks, therefore he doesn't run over 70 people. Wow. No. I'm not sure what... I mean, I understand what you mean there. This devolved into something totally dumb. Okay, cool. I'm glad. Because do yourself a favor and don't take any of this too seriously. One more time, read the words on the screen. Lies told openly. If you want the truth, it ain't free. The truth is not available to everyone. The truth requires the ears to hear. I don't charge for it, but it's not available to everyone. So but what all I attempt to do here, and you're welcome, is to point it out in as many ways as possible for those who hear the language that they ring with, and those who don't will at least. And here's the beautiful part, Emma, because you're not fooling anybody. You clearly want it. You want to know the truth, which is why you're looking for it, but you're not getting it here, and that's sad to me. I would like to be able to succeed 100% of the time, but I recognize that I won't, so that's okay. But I'm willing to continue to help. Redefining what? Like, I'm not sure what you mean by redefining. So, my perspective perhaps may be different. You know, some people may look at this and say that there's two sides to this one thing. What I'm going to say is that this is just one thing, and my interpretation of this as sides is based on that I'm looking at it with human eyes that sees that it's a little shorter there than that, and so I'm calling these sides. In its fourth dimensional state, it's not flat at all. In its two dimensional state, it's an infinite series of slices that, you know, I mean, like, so really, it all comes down to your who's looking at it determines what it is. And it isn't anything until it's looked at. Then it's just a no thing, waiting to be viewed. Right? Yes, you just, and that is the ultimate secret to the reason you exist, Emma. You're not looking for truth, you were bored, and so you manifested physically. That's the truth, told openly. The truth told openly is that you were bored and you fucked yourself into existence by telling yourself, I'm open for you, and you said, here I come. And so you became the receptive, accepted the bestowal, and bam, physical reality was born as far as that. All you and I are, our bodies, are the mishmash of the collection of the juices. That's the truth told openly. That's why you don't speak the truth told openly up front, because people are like, what did he just say? What is he talking about? That I'm the ejaculate on the sheets? That's right. Yep. That's what we are. Own it. But we're also the father and we're also the mother. So enjoy that moment, because we get to be all three at once. And if you wake up to that, pure ecstasy. Are Alex and you a good match for marriage? Will we work out our differences? He is not very sympathetic or understanding. I may also be handling the situation wrong. Okay. Yeah. All right, we'll take a look at that. Your board is my work. I love that. Okay. Celtic Cross, sure. No problem. Do you have a preference on deck, or do you mind if I pick? Or, I mean, I'll let you pick too. Let me pop the list up. I'll let you decide, but I can pick the deck as well. Thank you, Emma. You're awesome. I love that. Did I tell everyone the story of the guy that's in my choir at our church that keeps insisting that he's atheist and shows up every week to sing in a choir at our church? I like to sing. I do it for the interaction. Yeah, buddy. Nobody sings "The Lord bless you and keep you" with the beauty the way he sings it without believing the words that he's singing. I'll think about that. Okay, I'll choose them. But yeah, one of the things I want on this channel is intelligent discourse, and that doesn't happen when you're in an echo chamber. And so typically when I'm speaking and there's an engagement in the chat about what I'm talking about, and you guys are talking amongst yourselves, and some of the people are listening to me at the same time and talking about what I'm speaking about, that's not discourse. That's echo chamber, which is still valuable because we learn from each other. You know how much I've learned from this group of people in the short time I've been friends with some of these people here. And so that's important. But discourse comes from, I don't agree with you. Let's talk. Love that. And again, I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. It's as far as this idea of me, it's, of course I'm changing definition. That's how we do that. And more importantly, I'm not changing definition. I'm playing devil's advocate. A great way to look at something is to look at its opposite. That's how I know God's a woman. So that said, though, can you rewind me the position meanings as we go along, please? Yes. What I'll do, I'll go back and forth here. And I'll just keep flipping back and forth, okay, so that you'll see where we are, and for the other people in the room as well. Yeah, no, it's cool. I know, I'm bored. I'm gonna go mess with that room full of geniuses. I'm like, that's cool. And and the funny part is that you belong here, Emma. I'm sorry if you're not here anymore, and I'm talking to the air. That's fine, but you belong here. You're not fooling me. You have no idea who I am, but I know who you are. Don't forget that. You can deny it, but you're not fooling me. And the fact is that whether or not you're here to see truth or you're bored, no, you're not. The body you identify with is bored. Your higher self brought you here to listen to me talk to you. And who's talking? You are. Gotcha. And you're welcome here anytime you want. There are 3 gods, yeah. Right. There's the God in the beginning. There's the God that split into the polarity and became Adam and Lilith. And then there's the God of the physical and manifested. The Ein, the Ein Sof, the Ein Sof Or. And then that through those 3 dropping into the 3 worlds that manifest as the 4th, right? Yeah, absolutely. That's right. Let me clarify this. Here you go. Here's why. Just read that top. Okay. Absolutely true. Go ahead. Pick a subject. There's somebody in this room that can speak to it with eloquence. That's right. That's right. This is the cult of Michael, baby. You want in? We're going to be celebrating Michaelmas in 2 weeks. We're going to drink my blood and eat my flesh. Oh, wait, no, it's Christians that drink blood and eat flesh. That's right. I made the bread for this week's eating of the flesh. I love that. You know how important it is to me? Anyone in the room who knows me knows that I'm not joking. How important it was for me to participate in the making of the bread for this week's Eucharist. I made the bread for the communion. Oh, by the way, Emma, I'm a Christian deacon in a church. Just to be clear, just to be put full disclosure, and I'm a Freemason. I know I like my flesh cookies with blood milk, personally. If you're going to eat cookies, have it with blood milk. Heaven's Gate, yeah, no, that's different. Heaven's Gate was a mentally deranged genius that was unfortunately hell-bent on killing people. That's sad. Okay, well then stop coming in here. If this is a cult, I'm joking. Please don't stop coming in here. But really, you keep coming in so clearly, then if you think this is a cult, my little channel here of a dude talking about esotericism to a room full of people that are in you know, enjoy the conversation and have something to contribute. As a cult, cool. You know what a cult is? America. Catholicism. Common Core fucking math. You know, like, God bless, my niece asked me to help her with her homework once, and I'm pretty smart. And the fact family idea, it took me a minute to figure out what the heck I was looking at, right? That is what we're talking about here. What is a cult? That's a word that trolls use to try to shake spiritual people. You can't shake me with that word. You think your ignorance in what I believe is going to insult me by you calling me a cult? And actually, if you're going to call me a cult leader, that's awesome. Because, like, really? Am I that effective at communicating? Because that's my goal. My goal is to communicate to such a degree that I can wake up as many people as I can for as long as I can with the truth. And if I have the power to use my words to convert people to some religion I made up, then man, I succeeded. Cool. Awesome. I get to be a cult leader. I always wanted to be a cult leader. Do I have to name my religion? I guess I should name it. I don't know. We gotta come up with something. There's a lot of cool names out there, man. Catholicism's kind of cool because it really just means universality, right? It's a universal system. Or like, I don't know. Gnosticism, great word, right? Tao, Shinto, right? Like, there's a lot of good. I don't know. I guess we have to name the cult. We need to name the cult. It's funny. The Church of Satan are atheists. They just did it to shake people up, to like rattle people. Like they don't even believe in God or the devil. Like they don't believe in the devil. They're atheists, but they do believe in magic because it works. Okay, so this said, Emma, thank you so much for joining the stream tonight and for popping in again and allowing for this discourse to take place. It's always fun. And what it winds up doing is waking up more people in the room that hear my responses, and it lets me get deeper into their brains. And so when they go to sleep at night, they dream about my voice speaking their truth. And so you're helping. But that said, though, you're welcome here, and I appreciate that. And in the meantime, I'm going to move on to Yanira and answer some questions. Yes, I'm just going to take a minute to get my head straight, and then we'll begin with the reading. Okay. Yeah, Missy. This person it just goes around the tarot channels, so I know exactly who they are. Multiple people know who they are, and that's. But I'm going to treat them differently. I'm going to speak to them, to their truth, not their boredness, right? So don't worry. They're harmless, and they're welcome here. But that said, yeah, they pounce around, and they do shake a lot of readers. There's readers out there that get really shook by this person, and they have a lot of fun playing with people's emotions. And unfortunately for them, I'm bulletproof, and I love that shit. I eat it for lunch. So... And, you know, it's funny, too, because when somebody comes in with questions that I can't readily immediately answer, it forces me to think, which means that I'm going to come out with a gem. It happens every time. You know, when you spend too much time in a thought system and you don't entertain it any longer, you know, you forget things. That's why a little birdie told me today to go back to my old work and to look at it. And I respect that person's wisdom, and I immediately did that. And it led me to considering doing what I did today with my art and showing those pieces, showing that same thing from a different direction. All right, well, let me go freshen up my coffee here. It got cold having that awesome conversation. And so, and then we can begin with Heener. I know it's kind of getting late. I don't want you to wait too much longer for that. And while I'm still fresh, we'll do that. And go from there. And so, Missy, just... it's an opportunity. I talk all the time that we play with our toys. Well, that's Emma's a toy to play with. Enjoy it. The slave shall serve, right? Crowley has said that, and what did that mean? That meant that the magus who have our act together, that know what this world is going on and what's happening, and are too busy doing to worry about their opinion, are going to walk through our lives in control. And they're going to not. And that's okay. It's, opinion is important and everyone's entitled to it. Emma is as important as everybody else here in that opinion, because the important thing to remember is that if you are not in a state of proper listening and you're just speaking, it's an opportunity for us to hear the truth in that. First of all. And second of all, Emma is not aware of the fact that they are speaking truth. Walking around spreading this nonsense is just the voice of truth from below. Reverse it and put it back to the top, and you're going to hear the truth. Everything that person is saying, just apply the algorithm to, and the truth will be heard. So keep spewing it. You're welcome here to do it. I will never kick you out of my room unless you get violent or insulting. I don't have the capacity to belittle you because I am smaller than you. How can I insult you when you're bigger than me? Like, again, you're not going to shake me. So, go ahead and have fun. I don't belittle people. I challenge you to find the words that I spoke that were belittling. Honesty sometimes sounds insulting to the ears of those that are, being forced to view a side of themselves that they know is incorrect. And, perhaps, considering the path toward rightness will maybe, alleviate that need. And so you'll stop being bored and you'll start living. Because you know that you're not fulfilled in this, right? Like, this isn't fulfilling. You can't deny that. That's why you continue to do it, because the cup's never full. I'm fulfilled. I could take this or leave it. My goal, my compulsion is to share the truth. So this that you and I are doing right now is my decision. It's my choice, but it's not my work. It's just because, I'm at the end of the day, I know who you are and I love you. And I want to give you what you want, which is a little bit of fun for a minute. And I'm willing to do that. But now it's time to move on, because somebody asked for a reading and they were gracious enough to pay me for it. And I'm going to give them what they paid for. But in the meantime, though, please don't stop coming to my channel. And please tell a bunch of haters to come by and spread their hate, because I love the wisdom. Hear me. You will do what you are told. Give me your money. Give me your bodies. Oh, I'm sorry. That's that pesky holy guardian angel. Whew. Scary stuff. Did everybody give their blood today? Because if you don't, you know what happens. He gets angry. You don't want him to get angry. Now take your clothes off and do what you're told. Maybe I'll call it Nexium 2. I like that. I have a thing for Roman numerals. Okay. Thinking about what deck I want to use. Let's go with Tarot of Ceremonial Magic by Milo DuQuette. I haven't used it for a reading in a while. It dawned on me while I was taking my break. Exactly what Emma needs to do. Absolutely nothing. Emma is absolutely on the correct path. We've all been there. We've all been in that same place of seeking and not knowing what to believe and sort of kind of dipping our toe in things. And we need permission to insult deity. That's why the outer order exists. We need a place to be able to have intelligent discourse. We need a place to be able to say, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in the contradiction I read in the Bible. I don't believe in the contradiction I read in this doctrine or that. I don't believe this person's words. I think there's an ulterior motive. You need permission to be able to say that so that you can intelligently interrogate the environment and come to an intelligent conclusion. You need the space to perceive the experience emotionally in order to have that. Who was that? Wait a minute. There's that guy again. And one of these days, I'm going to get him to talk to me. One of these days, we're going to talk. Every time I speak, he just closes his mouth and won't say a word. Wrong deck. Well, maybe I should use that one. No, I'm not going to use that one. That deck is not for reading. That deck is for telling the one truth, period. All decks are for telling the one truth, but they could be used for readings. I'm not a seeker, I'm a cult observer. Okay, cool, great. How am I doing? I mean, it's been, let's see, let me give you the numbers. I've been doing this back now. I started the channel up a couple years ago just to, because I was bored. And decided to do readings online at night. I don't sleep. And I typically spend that time creating art or reading or both. Reading my art. But that said, 377, awesome. I love that. The first time you gave me that message was so beautiful, Bree. And now this time around, it was different. I came on and I said, you know what? I'm done with just doing readings. I'm here to start speaking truth. And so I decided to go about doing that. And so in the time now that I've been doing this, which started up roughly around, I think, the end of July, beginning of August. So call it 2.5 months. I have, how many actual followers of my cult? 6, maybe 7, right? What would you say? That are like loyal, that feed me their blood. I get it in the mail. Eventually we'll get together and meet. and it'll be fresh. I hate it when it dries and I have to like reconstitute. It's never the same. So. Don't take this too seriously. Sexual partners on YouTube? Yeah, I haven't had sex in 2.5 years. And I don't plan on it anytime soon. I'm married to the world, man. You know, I had my fun with women, and I had my fun with my body, and you know, that's not where I am anymore. I'm not seeking relationships. I'm not seeking love. I have it. There's no need to seek it. And as far as physically, you know, it's my expression physically from this point forward in my life is going to be very selective, and it's going to be magical only. The next person I make love to, it's going to be real. And that person is going to know who they're looking at and who they're making love to. And that's why it's been 2.5 years, because I haven't found her yet. And you know what? That's fine. And if it takes another 5, I'm okay with that. Because I'm not controlled by my body. I'm not controlled by desire. I'm not controlled by the world parading teenage girls in front of me naked, thinking that they're going to fool me into some satanic Luciferian concept of femininity. I respect the woman and the power that she has to move me, and that's a woman, not a child. And you know, the fact is that we need to have that level of authenticity to ourselves. Play with our toys. I did. I had fun. Trust me, I did. Every inch of my body I played with and found its pleasures and pains, and I explored it to its nth. And I know who I am because of that. And I'm comfortable with that. And so I can put on a pair of tight, skinny purple pants and a wig and dance around as a fool with zero shame, knowing who I am when I'm doing that. And I have pictures to prove it. And you know what? At the end of the day, that's okay, because that's what we're here to do. Not miss the purple. To enjoy each other and love each other. And it's not about a cult. You know, this is an important thing, because I haven't discussed it on the channel here yet, and eventually I will. Sexual alchemy. It's not something I'm going to discuss on live streams. I'm going to do this, you know, privately with the cult members. And we're gonna get real. But one of the reasons that I haven't brought this up on the channel here is because it's very often misunderstood, and I don't want people to think that working takes place in a group setting. This is spoken about in a group setting and is executed very personally and privately, individually. This is not something that's shared. It shouldn't be. That's different, and that's a different kind of working that some people are suited for, and if they are, then so be that, and I don't judge them for that, and good for them. That's not what I do or what I teach. What I teach is you getting to know yourself shamelessly and to what you actually want, and giving yourself that to its fullest. Yeah, what do they say, Brianna? The greatest erogenous zone is the brain. Right? Don't fuck her body, fuck her mind. Right? Isn't that the goal? Isn't that what we're talking about here? Like, because that's what we all are. This is the point, Emma. You know, everything of what we are, the body, the emotion, the will, all of these things are just manifestations of the one truth, which is a single divine mind. That's all that exists. The entire universe is mind. And everything underneath that is simply a manifestation of it in one of these polarities and gender. Polarity and gender. And the interplay of those two things. The want to inhale and the desire to exhale into that want. That's really it. And so that's viewed as breath. God breathing life into Adam. It's viewed as the act of sexuality, of physical love, the act of creation, the act of man and woman attempting to be like God in that act of creation. God creates. We want to be like that, so we want to create. Private sexual alchemy with a cult, whatever floats your boat. Yeah, well, I would rather learn how to fuck by somebody who knows how to do it. That can make your finger have an orgasm. right? As opposed to some, kid who kind of learned on his own and, maybe learned a thing or two by, touching himself, what he likes. The fact is that wouldn't you rather learn how to please your body by somebody who's done it? And more important than that, that respects the fact that it's private, that it has to be in a state where you're comfortable to be open with yourself, that it is shameless. And that doesn't work in a group setting. And when you're in a group setting, it's all about egos. Oh, everyone's looking at me and I have to be this thing. And there's no authenticity. It's complete show. It's totally Luciferian. It's 100% debauchery. And it's a shit ton of fun. But there's no truth in it. Not a single moment of truth. It's pure flesh, which is truth to a degree. Okay. But the reality is that if you learn the techniques in a group setting and you can have the conversation, yeah, we can do a personal reading. I'm so sorry. Yes. Yes, how's it going? I'm sorry. But I feel this is important. It is important. Because again, this isn't for Emma. This is for the people in the room listening to my words, and Emma is inadvertently feeding them my wisdom. So it's great. This is great. I love this. She's giving me something to talk about. Okay. Well, let's see. What time is it? It's about 20 after 4. So we do have some time, although I would like to take time. What's your day looking like tomorrow? Do you want to get together some, say like 2 o'clock-ish, 2:30 Eastern? Would you be available 2 or 2:30 Eastern tomorrow? Oh, I see, Angel. Hello, yeah. And I'm happy to do that. Yes, she does. Yep. Yeah, we can all use it. No problem. We can do it now. No problem. And Angel, then, if you'd like to, we can get together tomorrow, like 2:30. Would that work? Yep. Just looking at the clock, I'm going to be honest. Looking at the clock, if I complete the reading with Yanira, I'm probably not going to be too fresh for you, Angel, and that's not fair, right? And so what I would rather do is you and I schedule a time tomorrow. What's your day looking like, Angel? I'm going to do a Celtic cross right now for Yanira. That was her request. But you and I can discuss the reading that you'd like. Thank you, by the way, for the amount. I love that. I love the number you picked. But so if you're good on that, then email me, mcarrus@gmail, or text me at that phone number your information, Angel, and we'll connect. Okay. But what I'd like to do, that I have one other appointment tomorrow evening, right now that's booked, but I am available between 2:30 and say 4 tomorrow, which should be a good amount of time to kind of begin the process, and then we can go from there. So, okay. Okay, great. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. All right, and so that said, I want to thank everybody that was patient during that process. That was actually very selfish of me. At 2 o'clock. Okay. Okay, does that mean you want to do the reading while you're babysitting? Because then it'll have to be later in the day, because my 2 o'clock is when my appointment is. 2 o'clock Pacific is my appointment. And so I will not be available then. Tomorrow, but I am before that too. That would be 11 o'clock a.m. your time till about 1:30. We'll work it out. Tell you, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's let fate decide. We'll connect tomorrow at some point, okay? And so just contact me either via text message or email, and then we'll work it out. Timing is the one thing we don't control, right? We can try to, but so we'll figure that out. And I appreciate your flexibility on that. My time, yeah. That would be 11 Pacific. 11 Pacific. And I'm going to be shuffling in the meantime for Yanira. But so there was a little bit of a selfishness there because I thought I saw an opportunity. I saw an opportunity to have a that bouncing off, that sounding off board for some learning to take place here. Not necessarily for Emma per se, again. And I don't mean that to be insulting to Emma, but what she doesn't realize is or he, whoever that happens to be, who are you really? What's your real name? Is the idea that we have this source of questions that leads to answers. All of the good books are in the form of a catechism, a question and answer. Right? Yeah, 11 o'clock Cali is 2 o'clock New York. Yeah. And so 2:30ish would be a perfect time for us to begin, if that's possible. And what I usually do, we can do it over the phone, or I usually like to do like a Meet or like a Zoom type thing. I like Google Meet. It affords for some opportunities for me to show things on the screen easier, and the audio options are a little better for you to hear things clearer, and the engagement's a lot better. Perfect. Thank you, Angel. Okay. Right, yeah. Yeah, and I remember that was the case, right? Thank you, Angel. Awesome. And also, do me a favor. Include in that email your birthday, the time, and the location, right? So I can get your ascendant. That's important. It's nice. It's nice to have a chart when doing a reading, and so I would like to be able to do the chart. And so I need your birthday, the time. The time's very important, and your the location. If you know the hospital, then that's great. But at least the city, so I can get the location proper for the ascendant, because it's very inaccurate if the location and time aren't accurate. And so pop that in there as well, and any other information that you feel would be pertinent to the reading. But I usually tend to do Gematria on the name, and so if you want me to do Gematria on the name, then put your middle name in the email, okay? If you have a middle name. 6 of Swords, 2 of Cup, okay. Oh, please, of course. No, it's my pleasure. Okay, thank you for popping in and participating, and for your trust. And also, my vulgarity. I want to be really clear about my vulgarity. Oftentimes, when I employ vulgarity as a tool, it's to make a point. Although I am a pretty vulgar person, to be honest. I'm an Italian from Brooklyn, right? I know Maddie knows the answer to this, but does anybody here know the Italian alphabet? Fucking A, fucking B, fucking C, right? So, and that's how I grew up. That was the language I was taught growing up, right? It's the Italian Brooklyn way of talking. And so it's natural for me to throw around F-bombs, and it's natural for me to I can weave some evil with my words. My weapon are my words. So semen, yes. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. That's right. Yeah, the blood and the semen. Yeah, that's yep. Menstrual blood. Reed Crowley. The Beast 666. The most wicked man in the world. No, he wasn't. He was a genius, and he was a comic. He was a humorist. He was making fun of stupid people right to their faces by convincing people to drink semen and blood. Yeah, again, isn't this beauty? Like, here it is, Emma, you've done it again. Does everybody see the absolute truth in that statement? Channeling Celtic cross F-bombs for yes. Yep. The divine truth is simply the fact that the divine mother and father are in a state of constant lovemaking, and we are the product of their love. And we are them making love at every moment. There is a constant conversation happening that we choose, for whatever reason, to not hear. Whether that choice is ignorance to it occurring or a willful denial, that's what's happening. That's language, Emma. It's just language. God can't make love. He doesn't have a penis. He has a vagina. But all kidding aside, it's conceptual. The idea of wanting to give 100% of oneself and the other being in a state of wanting to receive that fully. And the act of that reception is giving back to the one that wants nothing more than to give. By receiving, you're giving back by giving them what they want, which is to give. And so it's a beautiful conversation. These are just words. What is semen? The product of the work being completed. It's just a word which refers to the product of the work. And what is that product? The seed for new creation. So, you know, you can't speak about infinity with finite words. So we have to point to it with language, which is limited. So we have to use metaphor, simile. We have to use allegory, stories. And that's how we go about that. Yes. It's never just a cigar. And that's all I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to make love to everyone in this room, but not with my penis. I'm trying to install my mind into your heart. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to fuck your brains with my sword. True story. And all the intelligent women in the room that continue to come back to this channel, and several men as well, do so knowing full well that that's what's happening. They know that I'm not flirting. These people aren't stupid. These are just words that we need to use to get around a subject that's so profound it can't be spoken, you know? And so how do we do that? We use words we know. People know sex. People know death. People know pain. People know birth. All right? So, and these concepts are that vocabulary. That gives us access to these things that in the normal human experience, we weren't ever really supposed to get to know anyway. We were never supposed to, quote, eat from the tree, if you consider the story. We were supposed to live in bliss, ignorant. But now that we have that knowledge, we get everything that comes with it, right? Having no opinion is the way we're supposed to be. You are in the state of truth, Emma. Having no opinion is the way we're supposed to be, so we're open to just taking in what it is and processing it properly. You know? Well, this is going to be a good opportunity with the Celtic Cross here because, you know, if Emma happens to stay and watch, she's going to see some truth happen, if you are a she. There's another interesting point I just want to, and you know, this means nothing. It's just simply a point. I've never met an occultist with an IQ below 140. Isn't that interesting? One of the most famous occultists was Alan Parsons. Alan Parsons. Crowley, undeniable. Leonardo da Vinci, one of the most powerful mages to ever live. Isaac Newton. Isaac Newton wrote an entire commentary on the Emerald Tablet of Hermes. The truth will only hurt if you're not open to it. You have to you come with just your cup. Just come with an empty cup. Don't bring any sword into this. There's no mind. You don't need to have any expectation about the answer that you're looking for. Remember, I'm not looking for answers, Yanira. I'm looking for the truth. And so, the truth doesn't hurt. Yes, I have. I've been very fortunate to have been in a room with some very devout people and have experienced that ritual several times, in its totality. Yes, I have known the goddess, and she is amazing. That's another thing here. Let me just point this out, because I don't want to go here too far. But when you know somebody for real, the thing that you used to call sexuality is like child's play. That's right. Yeah, the sword and the cup. I talked about it when I talked about the divine algorithm, or was it the vortex? The idea that the Wiccans got it right with the fire sword, and why it's a fire sword. Because Gerald Gardner was a Golden Dawn magus, and he understood the idea of the Kabbalistic flip. So the cord and the sword and the cup flip, and so it's divine sword into cup. So the great work is literally the sword in the cup, right? I mean, the athame, but you get the idea. Yes. Yeah, that was a cool time. There was a lot of really interesting stuff. That was a cool time because it was, low magic is powerful stuff. It's funny when you come from the perspective of a high magic hermeticist type attitude, a Western ceremonial systems. Low magic is just so raw and powerful that, I can't. It's like a whittled down kind of distilled version that's so true and powerful. It's undeniable. Okay. I don't know. That's fine. All right. Let me just answer that question real quick, Yanis, or just answer that statement. There's no such thing as a good lover. There's good couples. If you don't have a vibe, it ain't gonna happen. Or if you're not open to the experience, meaning that you're kind of hung up on your stuff, you got to be able to just let go and be you gotta live in this place of giving yourself permission to be silly and vulgar and look past all of your shameful things that you're embarrassed about. When you approach the act magically, there is no denying anything, including to yourself. The things that you're afraid to let yourself have, you need to be with a person who is in the same place, that's not willing, that is singularly focused on that happening. And you both need to be there. So, and that can happen. Now, sometimes that happens, but there's still not a right connection, right? So, there are no good lovers, there's good couples. And the chemistry works. And when it works, it can't not be wonderful. A touch becomes all that you need. You can just touch. You just breathe together. And taking each other's breath, and it'd be enough. But that said, though, that's a choice. We have to choose to either approach it selfishly or approach it from the right place. And remember, what we're talking about here is the idea of the conversation. Who's speaking and who's listening. And you have to be open to swapping those roles, and it not be some kind of sadomasochistic power trip, but rather the idea of completely being open to receiving whatever they give and vice versa. And also recognizing the work here, which is that your goal is their pleasure, 100% singularly satisfying every desire that they have. And if that is your goal and that is theirs, and then you recognize the other side of that, which is that you see yourself in them and embody them. Now, consider that, and I'm going to stop. I'm not here to teach sexual alchemy. When you are, not today, when you are looking at that person and your eyes meet and you see yourself in them while you are acting upon them, you feel that from their perspective, and the energy is exponential. You know, I'm very jealous of women because women can do something that men can't, which is you have an inside one and an outside one. You have all these different spots that all react differently, and they all speak different languages, and they all pop up in different ways. And guys are pretty singular with respect to certain parts, unless we explore that further and we are open to embodying our Lilith, right? I'm sorry. We'll get to your reading. I can stop. Okay. You're right. You're right. Okay. Thank you, Emma. This is the second time that person has come in here and just like lit the room up, and the conversation got really cool, and then it landed somewhere fun. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling pretty warm right now. Man, it was chilly a minute ago, and I'm not chilly anymore. Okay, so let's do this. Good night, Emma. Thank you so much. Peace. You're awesome. But you know that. That's why you're doing this. You're so cocky. I love it. It's sexy. Your cocky turns me on. No, it doesn't. You think I'm that easy? Okay, let's take a minute and center here. How's that feel, Ynir? I had yellow out, but I'm going to use pink right now. By the way, you see my my white lion and my magus in the middle of doing the great work? This is the great work. Here it is. Notice that it's one being with two heads. Isn't that something? Me too. I like pink too. You know what's interesting about pink? It's the color of life in a way, right? It's the color of flesh. Like regardless of race or origin, like genetic origin, however you call that. I don't even know what you call that. Race, I guess, whatever. We all look the same on the inside, don't we? You know? And there's something to that. On that note, Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. You know what just popped into my head? When you wish upon a star. Although here's the cool part: there's music in that. There's magic in that. There's truth, because you are a star. We are all a star. Every man and every woman is a star. Those were spoken by Crowley. Those words: every man and every woman is a star. To the right place here. That's better. Alrighty. Did you ever wonder? I've always wondered. People who pop in on chats and troll and things like that. If they're people you know. Because I've known people who've done that. You know, people who troll friends of theirs, which I don't know if you can call that a friend, if that's how you treat them. But you get the idea. There's an intriguing part of like wanting to know the identity of the person, just so you can have a picture in your head of who's talking. Because again, like I have the, I'm putting myself out there like entirely. Here's my phone number. Here's my name. You know. But and most of the time I'm dealing with avatars and things like that. There's been people I've spoken to on here, or people that I've connected with through the channel here that I've been speaking to 2 or 3 different times through different names, not realizing it was the same person until I put the connection together. Of that's that. Because of the idea of the name you use on YouTube compared to your name in real life and these types of things, and it's not always easy to keep that together. So, because really the world is much smaller than we think, isn't it? 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. That stuff's true. That stuff's great. I think so. Yeah. Oh, I've seen a picture of you. Yep. And eventually there's going to be a group of us getting together on like private chats, like on a Zoom thing, so we'll all see each other's faces and voices, and then it'll be an actual community, which I'm looking forward to. I'm kind of putting some things together now to kind of make that happen, and then once it's ready, I'm going to throw out an invite to the people that I feel would be a benefit to the group, and we'll come together. I'll put out that invite. Okay. Yeah. No. I kind of like the fact that the world is small. You want to feel small? Go look at a picture of the Earth and Moon together. Like a satellite that was going out turned around and took a shot. And so the entire frame of the shot is just the Earth and Moon. And so it's very sort of like a liminal feeling. But first of all, you see the difference in the size is barely, like the moon is huge compared to other moons in our solar system, and it's huge in comparison to the Earth, right? Like it's not that much smaller than us if you really think about it. We're really a binary system. The Earth is not The Earth is two planets just revolving around each other. The woman and the man, right? Like, again, it's the whole... We all know this story. Aleph is the sun, the Earth and Moon are the Memshin, and so on. And so, and everything underneath it is just, But that said, there's a beauty and a truth to that. Sure. Well, that's the first step, is that you want to be there, like, and one of the reasons that I'm doing that as well is because we're gonna there needs to be some vetting. We're going to be talking about things that are personal, intimate, adult, and there can't be, I don't need to be concerned, and I don't want to, and I won't be concerned about algorithms, AI that's listening to the words. I want to play the music I want to play. And that type of thing. So those sessions are going to be very different than anything you see here. My personality will be different. I'm hoping everyone's going to be open to that experience, and so that we can... I want to learn from you guys. I do. I'm sorry. You're right. It got distracted. It did. The energy moved. Here's the thing. She won. Let's all take a minute and recognize that she won. What was the goal? Although, she didn't win in stopping the truth, but she won in changing our direction here. I do feel like doing a reading. It got a little distracted here, and so I stepped away a couple times to get my head straight, and then I got drawn back in, because it was like, here's this opportunity to turn this into a lesson. I got to stop doing that. I have to let it go. And so I went for that opportunity multiple times, and it cost us a good chunk of time, right? If I go back to the chat, I don't even want to look. Which is great. And please, everybody who feels like that's a bad thing, consider what took place here. Because there are people present that listened to the words and came to some conclusions based on what occurred here. Yeah, I tried doing Facebook, and I had the same problem, and it's also, it's such a business that you can't even guarantee your own friends will see your content without paying for it, and that's just silly. And that's not what I'm here to do. I'm not trying to monetize my channel. Do I believe the solar system are reproducing? Well, consider that. Consider that really everything is a holographic representation of everything else. As above, so below. So here's the question. Do humans make love? Therefore, the solar system is making love. There is and what I mean by that is that there is equivalent. Breathing in and out is an act of making love. Inhaling and exhaling. When you inhale, you are receiving God. When you exhale, right, you are giving. Anyway, but so that's said, and it's both at the same time, because now consider, and again, but it's, if you consider from the perspective of the masculine portion of that act, and the act of bestowal, it is an act of pushing. Let's just call that word. But now, the reception side can also push. So consider what that means from the respect of the listener and the speaker. Because I've mentioned this magic before, and it's spoken in Kabbalah as to give by receiving. Oh, wow. Did you just spend 3 hours making me like the best dinner that, and that's my favorite thing to do for somebody, is to like drop them with like an eggplant parmesan that I made out of my own eggplant and my own sauce and my own focaccia bread, and I go and spend a ton of time doing it, and if somebody spends time doing that and making you a meal, and you receive the meal, you're giving to them by letting them be satisfied and knowing that you are thankful for what you did for them. And so you're giving to them by receiving their meal. It's the same idea. You all know, the women in the room know, that you're giving when you receive. by the tone of voice, by the things you say, even when they're not getting it done. How many times has that been? They're not getting it done. Has it been 4 hours? I've only been on for 3.5. That's hyperbole. Let's do this. Yanira is a very pleasant person. Very pleasant. And I've made her impatient. And that just hurt me a little bit. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you impatient. I didn't mean to cause you distress. I'm in a playful place. It's been a weird couple of days of like a very low energy of being exhausted and ill, and there's been, I don't share it on the channel here, a lot of negativity going on that I've been kind of working around, and it's been like a good feeling of sort of that discourse felt good, and I sort of went with it, and it was selfish. That's okay. You can let go of the impatience, but we're gonna go ahead and do this. Did it? Wheel of Fortune. Wow. That's cool too. That's cool for a different reason, but I'll consider that. Oh, no problem. And we can still connect tomorrow to complete, to do it right. Because it is late, and again, I don't want to feel rushed. And so what we'll do is something simple now, and then we'll finish it tomorrow or at a later time. If you're not able to get together tomorrow, then at a later time. So let's start here. I'm just going to give it one quick cut. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's really important that you get out of your head when you're reading, and that was a lot of mental activity there. The goal of the work is to find the truth. Yanira needs closure. There's something weighing on her, and she needs some clarity in order to find that peace, to allow herself to find rest. We're going to start with the cards in the middle there. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 position. And so I'm going to start with the 1 and 2. The 1 is going to give us a little bit of guidance on the particular circumstance that we're looking into here. The 2 is the circumstance of, is there something in the environment? Oftentimes people have said crosses, that this is what crosses you. And so that it implies that maybe it's a negative or a blockage, but it's not. It's basically it's an influence in the period of time. That's something that's potentially available to you to either help move the situation forward or to kind of slow it down. So it can be either a hindrance or a help. It just depends upon the like how that is. How that comes about. Is it a positive or a negative energy? And so we're going to look at those two things first, and then we're going to go around the circle, and then we'll go up. But we're going to start there first. Okay, and so the cards that we're going to look at here first are from your respect, and this is kind of like the environment respect, not from you mentally, not emotionally. This is your environment outside of you. What is the actual situation? Like, what's actually occurring here? The Queen of Disc is the idea of the watery part of Earth, and that is the idea of wanting the compulsion to make manifest your feelings, to bring them into reality. I want this thing, and this is my feelings, and I want it to be real. Like there's a physical thing that wants to be made. It's not just an object of a desire. There's like a time, a place, a thing, a date. It's like, I want this thing. It's not just a conceptual idea. It's an object. The energy here is the idea of Capricorn, but also Sagittarius, right? So it's the idea of practicality from one degree, but driven from the wrong place. So it's kind of like the energy of stubbornness. So what it refers to is the desire to move, water, but the lack of motion, air. So there's a battle. I love how DuQuette puts this image here, is elicited by this. He's waiting. This is the Capricorn, right? Waiting to stop the situation. Like, hey, let's move and make this thing happen. No. Right? And so you've got this, like, come at me. Right? Like there's this thing. That's the situation we're talking about. That's where we are right now. And interestingly, which I won't do now because of the time constraint, but we can also take a look at the I Ching here and get a little bit of an idea. This is going to be Lake over Earth as one of the particular. Normally, what I would wind up doing is going through the actual steps of determining the hexagram and taking a look at that a little bit further, because what that would do is give us a little bit more guidance as to the individual personality, so to speak, of the Queen. Just gives us a little more guidance, basically, as in respect to the environment here. But it's very clear that that's what we're talking about, is the desire for movement to happen, and something that's in the way that's preventing that from happening. This is most likely, based on that fact, going to be that thing. Like, what is this thing that's... No, right? And you had asked me to continue to keep you up on where we are. So we're going to be in the number 2 spot right now, which is going across the middle. And what we're looking at here is the helps hurts. Okay. So the helps hurts is the idea of you have a desire. There's a vector. There's a thing that you want to happen, and when we say help or hurt, what we're referring to is that these are influences in your life that will assist that goal or not. So it's not about, like, helping and hurting is subjective to your want in this situation, right? And so there is no help or want without you. So this card is relevant to you. It's not just what's occurring in the environment. It only matters to you. And this is what that is. What this is the Knight of Disc. So what we have is the Queen of Disc, which is the desire to move and being stopped, and the thing stopping you is the Knight of Disc. Let me zoom in on that. Okay, good. All right. So this is a relationship reading. This is a relationship reading with a person that is similar in qualities but different. You're both earthy, but you're water and he's fire. Now, the earthy is wanting to bring things into the emotion, into physical manifestation. Whereas the knights, which is the king and the Rider-Waite system. The Knight is the fiery part of the element. So if she's watery part of Earth, he's the fiery part of Earth. Which is a different circumstance here. He's thunder over mountain. She is lake over mountain. And what we're referring to here is the idea to, and I love the symbolism and how this works out, the idea of listening and speaking. This is the listening and speaking. He hears his will and he wants to bring that into physical manifestation. She hears her heart and wants to bring it into physical manifestation. Right, this is like her symbol is the moon, and his symbol is fire. Water and fire. One gives light and shines it, but it also consumes. One reflects light and hides. And so what's happening here is that this person seems motivated, but they're actually just flash in the pan. A lot of talk and no action. This person is in a state of speaking but not being heard properly, like using the wrong language. It's almost like two people that are saying the right things but aren't being understood, so there's no communication taking place. Even though they're both speaking the truth, they're hearing the wrong thing and they're not being heard properly. Now, we're going to go through, I'm going to put down 4 cards right now just to get them all onto the table. And so we're going to be looking at the 3, 4, 5, and 6. The 3 spot is stuff that is, it's your higher mind desire, the thing you want but don't yet have, right? Want means don't have. And so the implication here is these are the things that are not in your possession, you don't have control of, but these are things that you think if you did have would benefit you. Okay, and that's going to be up here. Below you is the same thing, but it's the things you do have. Okay, so if the number 3 spot is your ideal situation, the thing you think you would benefit, well, he speaks from his wand. He speaks from his wand, that's not just sexual, but that's he speaks from his base desire. He speaks from his want. He speaks from his, what the ego thinks it needs to have. But also the problem is that there is a level with this idea, where that is see, I don't want to come off the wrong way here. I'm not saying that he's being dishonest, but there is a level here, though, of there being kind of like there's not an honesty in the words after the fact, meaning that he's not lying, but at the end, if you look at the situation, he's not going to do what he says he's going to do, right? Because the ultimate thing is that the words that are being spoken, the fire is coming from the wrong source, and so it doesn't actually ever get fulfilled. Now, what you want but don't have. The 7 of Disc. The 7 of Pentacle. I'm going to move these here so that they all show up on the screen. So now this is on the top, and I'll move it there later. But just to show the card on the table here, I wanted to have that up here for you. The 7 of Pentacles is an opportunity. It's the idea that you have a chance here to maybe potentially, but it's probably not ideal. And let me explain that. If I pop up the version, it might become a little more clear. So you can grasp specifically what I'm talking about. Let me find. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, perfect. All right, so I need to show you movement. Oh yeah, seven of discs. Pardon me. There we go. This is an individual. Okay, sorry about that. This is an individual who is staying in a situation longer than they should. Not respected, underutilized. Their talent is disregarded. So, like, imagine having a person who, a great example. There's somebody I used to know. His name is Tigran. Tigran is a master jeweler. Who is able to make his own jewelry, design beautiful jewelry. And I mean, take a hunk of rock that's gold and turn it into a piece of jewelry. And for a long time, he was in the field of manufacture and was setting stones, right? And it just keeps setting stones over and over again and over again. And so he felt like, man, I'm a master jeweler, and I'm sitting here doing like. And he was totally demotivated, and he stopped creating, and designing pieces, and it was actually a disservice to the entire world. Yep. And we're only 2 cards in. But let's complete it, because it's really, really important not to jump to conclusions, because nothing's set in stone, and the question here is not what's going to happen. The question is what do I have control of? What can I navigate that can maybe create change in my favor? That's the question, right? Because we may discover nothing. There's no way to be fulfilled here. But the lesson, though, this is the important thing. The lesson of the 7 is this idea that you have the power to be utilized by going it alone, or insisting upon it, that there's a level of equality. Hey, listen, man, I know this is your business, but I'm the one that's doing all the work. And the fact is that the customers that come in here to buy our service are buying what I do. So even though your name's on the door, if I leave, there's no product. And so I insist on there being equality, as an example. And if they're not willing to give it, leave. You know what? I'm going to go start my own landscaping business. Don't worry, I'll be hiring. And so at the end of the day, that's the deal. It's the idea of recognizing that if you're unutilized or underutilized, it's your fault. Jewelry and gemstones are your passion. I studied lapidary for a while, and stone cutting and fun stuff. I made jewelry for a little bit. I enjoy the process very much, and it also was a great exercise into intuitive stone, like getting to know the crystals. I'm very, very close friends with a couple of crystals. Love me some amethyst. Big fan of moldavite. Okay, so you get the idea with the 7, right? And this is not a new concept to you. Like we've talked before, and I know what you know, and you know that I know that you know that, which is why you said what you said. But the fact of the matter is, stop denying it. Like, really, it's not going to help you. And more importantly, it's holding you back from finding real love and from being fulfilled and from, and this is an important thing which we may uncover in this reading. When you present an ultimatum in the right way, you can really elicit an interesting response out of people. But, sometimes saying you're going to lose this will help them. Now, I'm not saying leave. That's dangerous. Don't do that. But make them understand the value of you not being there. But more than that, there has to be a point when you come to the conclusion of like, okay, wait a minute. Is this ever going to, or am I just going to spin wheels? Because right now it looks like you're just going to spin wheels. But let's look at what you actually have. This is what's in your possession that it is accessible to you to use as a tool right now. The Six of Cups. Why that's cool, why I give that smirk, is the truth in the statement, right? I don't remember, how comfortable you are with the tarot. If you're familiar with this energy here, I've spoken about it just a couple of moments ago. To give by receiving, to receive by giving, is the opposite of giving by receiving. To receive by giving is what rich people do to make themselves feel good that they participated. Oh, there's horrible people out there that are hurting people, and because of that, there's people that are hungry. Okay, well, here's $10. I cured hunger. No, you didn't. You received by giving. I feel so good about myself. Giving by receiving is a different story. Right? Giving by receiving is the holiest form of giving. And the even holiest form than that is to do so with no expectation of a result. I'm not denying that he loves you. But there's something there that he needs to work on, is the point. All right? He's having issues that are preventing him from kind of growing up a little bit. There's a level of immaturity here with respect to your emotions. Okay, there's a level of immaturity with respect to the words that he uses, and understanding that those words lead to expectation, and when that expectation isn't met, that damages the integrity. And now the problem though is that when you spend enough time in that thinking, you lose respect for your own authenticity, and language for you just becomes a thing you toss around, right? And there's no honesty there. Well, yeah, you have it in your favor if your desire is to be with him, that he does love you. That is there. It's more than just a desire for you. He does care, but that doesn't mean that he's capable of committing in his current mental state. Yeah, Moldavite is scary energy, though. Moldavite is cool. It is a good cosmic energy, but it has the ability of taking away what you don't need and giving you what you do, regardless. Moldavite does not care about your feelings. All right, it's kind of like the I Ching of crystal energy. It's a beautiful alien green energy, but it's super high energy, super high frequency. The Six of Cups that you have access to is the ability to stop speaking and listen. And I don't mean that with respect to the story I tell here on the channel and the story of our creation and the truth. I mean you and him. Just like men are from Mars, women are from Venus. When you want something out of a man, you got to be careful about telling him what you want and why and how he's not giving it to you. Like, you know, you said you were going to do this thing and you didn't do it. Right away you shut him down. Now he's on the defensive and he's like, you know, and the words and how you're received matter, because that's going to determine how he reacts to you. And so you can't be blaming and you can't be finger pointing, even though he may be at fault and he's wrong. You're dealing with a man and you have to speak to them in the right way or we're going to shut down. And so the way to contact him is to communicate properly by hearing him. And more important, as far as how men communicate, men speak to minds. We mull over, we process, we go over the different ways and kick around ideas, and then we come to a conclusion and then we run with it. But when we hear a problem, like for instance, you'll come home from something that took place at the store where you bumped into an old friend that you're not friends with anymore that said some passive-aggressive nonsense about something, the way you look, and it makes you feel bad about yourself. So you go home and you mention to your lover, oh yeah, well, I was at the store and she, that witch with a capital B, she said, oh, your hair looks so great. What made you decide to do that? And then right away he's on like fix-it mode. Oh, well, that bitch, man. Why you even listen to her words she says? You don't want to have to leave. Besides, you know, she's just a bitch because of that man, and she's that because she doesn't like this. Our immediate compulsion is to attempt to fix the situation, to show you where it's wrong and what you can do to make it right, and you don't want any of that, man. Shut up and just hear me cry about this thing that I went through. I don't need your advice. I want your ear. But men don't know how to do that. And now it's the reverse. When you're trying to speak to him, you can't speak to his heart. You have to speak to his mind using your heart. If you're going to speak to his heart, you've got to do it with the mind. You're speaking in reverse. And by doing that, he's not receiving you, and it's putting him on the defensive. Now, is that your fault? No. Is there anything you're doing wrong necessarily? No. You're speaking the language of woman. But you're talking to a man, and he doesn't speak woman. So the idea here of the Six of Cups is the idea that you have to, and it seems like it's been hard for you. This isn't easy for you to have, but you have access to it. Is to let him talk. And what I mean by that is that when you're speaking to him, speak to his heart, and don't forget to remind him, rather than what you've done wrong and what you said you would do. Remind him of who the two of you are to each other. Remember that time when that thing happened and how good that felt? Like, go there. Or like, if you look at this image right here of these two people, right? It's an older person, not in a older, but older than this individual, and then the child. And there's this concept here of the two of them playing to give each other joy. Because that's what's missing right now. There's a thing you want that you're not getting, and he's the reason. And so you need to let go in your mind and your heart of the fact that he is no longer the object of your desire. He's the object of your will not being done. He's the barrier, which is funny. He's the barrier and the object of the desire? No, can't be both. So pick one. And right now, you've picked barrier, and you're treating him that way, and he's hearing that. And so instead, what you give should change. And what you need to give is understanding that you're not getting what you want. Okay, let me just be clear. You're not getting what you want. But you can get the middle, if that's what you want. And you know, here's the hard part. He may not be capable of fulfilling what you need. What you two had already might have been your purpose. And that won't be clear until later on in life, where, you know, you needed to go through something together. Gabrielle, thanks for popping into my stream. Thank you. I'm actually, quickly, I'm going to be ending my stream soon, but I'm still going to be doing readings. And so we can facilitate a time when we get together to do that privately, same prices. And I'd be happy to do that, and I appreciate that. But that said, so you understand, okay, Yanira? It's the level of community, it's the method that you're using that's causing this to happen. And so now, but what can take place is that you can find that middle, and the two of you can have that. Okay, wait a minute. I know, yeah, I know. I'm surprised that you revealed that on the show. I wasn't going to mention that. I'm very cautious when I do readings with people live of stuff that I know about. Like, that's why private readings are better for this, because there's things I'm not going to say on the stream that I would in person, and it would help us get through this. And you know what? And now here's the thing too. He may not be that for you, because he's too emotionally immature to understand what it means to listen, which is all you want. Women are listeners, and that's what we want out of our men, right? But we don't know how to do that. So we have to meet that middle. Some of us can listen. Some of us have no idea how to listen. A lot of us are listening, or we're pretending to listen while we're just waiting for you to shut up so we can say what we want to say. But we look like we're listening. That's the worst kind. So, and you need to vent. You can't hold that stuff in. You'll blow up. It's horrible. Really, that's painful on the heart. Big time. And these are all very important red flags, right? People, look at what she's saying here. Thank you, Angel, for pointing that out. I mean, let's just... And now this is unhealthy, what I'm about to do, so let's just be clear. This is playing with toys, but let's go through the exercise. Let's look at the bullet points here. Makes fun of you when you cry. Won't take your phone calls when you need somebody to be there for you during surgery. And, it's causing resentment where now the two of you, your level of communication between the two of you is really, really toxic. Is not occurring. Right? That's no good. Now, the past and the future are the upcoming cards here. Like, what kind of, where did things come from? Let me pop this up for you. But where things are coming from and where they're going to be moving, if nothing changes, because nothing's written but the past. And so you can take everything that we learned from this reading, change everything, and then come back tomorrow and the reading will be different because your decisions will have been different. But as of right now, if nothing changes, what's the direction this is moving, and where's that coming from are the next two cards. Okay. Oh, and now do me a favor too. Anybody who requested a reading that has not gotten one yet this evening, in the description of this video is a link to book a private reading with me. That's a link to it's just a Google form. Please fill that out, especially if you've already paid. If you have sent me a donation for a reading, I'm happy to give you a private, which is, just to let you know, going to be longer, more in-depth, more intimate than what I do on a live stream here. If you do want to get a reading with me, you want to get a private reading. You do. However, if you don't want a private reading, that's fine too. But that said, please go to that link down there. And because that will allow me to get the work started. So when I contact you, your chart's already done. I know who to call and what email to use, instead of trying to communicate through PayPal or Cashapp or whatever the case may be. Send it to Cashapp. Okay. But just in the link below in this video, in the description, is a button for booking a private reading. Anybody who donated and would like a reading, please use that link, fill that form out, and then I'll contact you as early as tomorrow afternoon, and we'll facilitate a time about when to do that, and we'll do it privately. Okay. I don't charge extra for private readings. So let's look at the past and the future. And quickly, Yanira, I'm going to ask that we complete it at that point and we continue this later. I'm losing it. I've been losing it. And I love you. And you asked, and I know what you needed, and so I was willing to do this. And but if I'm being honest with you, I'm getting pretty little wasted here. Sorry. Okay, so this is the immediate past and the immediate future with respect to this situation. And this is the two of you. Okay, this is the two of you. This isn't just you or just him. This isn't your past. This is with respect to the scenario that we're talking about. The desire to move and the being stopped was the influence that caused that. This person is in the totally wrong mindset. They're almost it's like a man baby that really thinks he's got it figured out, and has no idea. It's almost like having a completely flawed version of yourself that's grandiose. Wow. And we have to consider what the goal here is of the work, meaning that souls get together with an intent, and that intent is not always just, hey, let's get together. Like there's meanings, there's reasons. And there's the singular that split originally, and that is your true second half. That is literally you. That's two sides of the coin, right? This is you. This is also you. And so this does exist out there somewhere. But we got to be a little careful when we use the word soulmate generally, because sometimes there's other kinds of soulmates as well, right, Dana? It comes down to this. It comes down to the idea that we all have a reason for entering and exiting people's lives. You know, the princess is transient. She pops in, drops her element, and pops out. Her job is to be the object of desire for the prince to win, and in that ordeal to receive, she elevates to the queen and then gives birth through that union. And that all has to take place, right? And so how does that take place? Through understanding your role in that. But that whole story also includes 3 deacons. And those 3 deacons aren't having sex with the queen, right? That's the relationship between the prince and princess that create that consummation to give birth to the next prince. Those deacons are also part of that story, though, and they're integral to that story. And those qualities are included in that relationship. And so they're also, from a degree, because they are integral to the story, soulmates, but they're not lovers. And so it's important to remember when you hear the word soulmate that it's not individually or specifically a a love interest or a connection related to the heart on the human level. But it's definitely related to the heart on the energetic level of what we are, our constituent parts that make us our one thing. So let's take a look at the immediate future. The 4 of Swords is peace. But why? In the Rider, we see an individual lying down, and it's a card of respecting the past. It's an opportunity to gain experience from our past selves, our family, our lineage, respecting the ideas of the past. But it's also the idea of putting down the sword. Yeah, Dana has a talent for looking at certain connections. So this is about putting down the sword. The Four of Swords represents also the fact that the fight is not happening because peace has been chosen. It's an act, as opposed to a natural, organic peace. This one has to, like, one of you needs to be the one to put the sword down to stop the fight, so to speak. And now we're talking about swords. Swords are communication and speaking. So when two swords are speaking, no one's hearing anything. One of those swords needs to stop speaking. And the way to do that is to put it down. And when you do that, it gives you the opportunity to listen. And stop playing the game, which is basically speak truth to the heart. I love you, and I thought we were going to have something special here, and if I'm being honest, it looks like we aren't. And that hurts, and I want to know if that's true and why. So let's talk about that. Because something tells me that you love me also, and maybe, if we can just take a minute to forget who it is that we think that we are, and we can speak to each other through the eyes of who we were when we met, before we had any expectation, before we had any understanding of who we thought each other were. Let's just remember who we are and stop pretending for a minute, and let's just talk. And then shut up. Don't tell him who he isn't. Don't tell him what he isn't doing. Don't tell him why he should, why he never, why he always. Just listen. See what he says from that point. And see if there's an opportunity for him to maybe, sounds like not, just from what you said, but we can't assume that. Sometimes when you speak to the heart of somebody, speak to their truth, not their lie, it can make a big difference. And sometimes it could be as simple as, that you don't mean that. Why would you even say something like that? You know what? I'll give you a chance to take that back. Let's stop. Take that back. You didn't mean that. Okay, now let's continue. It can be a big difference. Like, I'll give you permission to recognize that we're spewing words. There's a lot of emotion going on right here, so let's stop. I'm going to let that go. Tell me what you're actually feeling. Like, you got out the nonsense, so now tell me the truth. And let it happen. The Six of Cups is all about giving. And sometimes we give by receiving, meaning just take the words, turn the other cheek. Because what you can find at the end of that process is that they're saying things that you never considered. And they hadn't considered, because they're so stuck in their narrative. But none of that will take place if you're banging swords together. It won't happen. One of you needs to be the one, and it won't be him, to put that sword down. And to be the one to take that step. And now, so you see that connection there? Yeah. And long and torturous, those are also perspectives, opinions. And so in the beginning, it's going to seem that way maybe, but very quickly as you go through the work, that goes away. And the beauty of the one truth is it's immediate when you come to it. When you come to the one truth, all anxiety immediately disappears. Gone. And that's experiential. I didn't read that in the book. I've seen it. I've done it for people, and it happened to me. Like literally years of drug abuse I've watched disappear in people, years of physical abuse and dealing with it erased. And the recognition of who we are, which is nothing, empty. We are nothing. We are what we decide we're going to be, and we get to choose what that is. Whew, that's magic when you recognize it. When you get that, no more suffering, no more shame, no more fear. This person wouldn't have even wound up in your circle because you wouldn't have even let them in. You would have recognized them for what they are and loved them for it, but you wouldn't have let them in your life. You wouldn't have handed them your heart and given them responsibility of filling it. How dare you do that? This guy's not capable of doing that. He's not even remotely qualified to do that. Give it to me. I'm 1,500 miles away, and I'd feel it better than he ever. You know, I mean, just by listening to you speak. Right? There is somebody out there close to you. You have to be open to that experience. But you know what I would say too is that you also have some things that wouldn't hurt for you to go over, right? And when you do that, and this is important for everybody to realize, when you start shining your own light instead of reflecting the light of others, what winds up happening is you blind the people that aren't right for it, and you draw the attention of the ones that are. And so suddenly the people in your life change. Different love interests, different friends, different interests at work. Coworkers change. Like your circles alter. Stuff you thought was a big deal is useless and meaningless in your life. Stuff that was meaningless is everything. Oh yeah, and it's not even starting fresh. Yeah, starting fresh. Yeah, new. Remember, healing is a lie. Healing is trying to make what you are now what you used to be. That doesn't work. Instead, be open to transforming into something completely new. Completely new. The old thing is gone forever, and you have to be okay with that. And guess what happens when you do that? That space is empty, and it can be filled with literally whatever you choose. It doesn't hurt to maybe have some guidance on how to go about that process and what to fill it with, and to, you know, learn how to, now that you've let go of the 200 pounds you needed to lose, you can fill that with self. And the self that you're going to fill that with is not you. The you that you think you are is as much you as I'm you. And so let's discover who that is. Yeah. And in fact, no, we're not going to finish tomorrow. We're going to start tomorrow. We're going to start fresh. Okay? I can't. How about 11? Is that too late? The reason that I can is that I won't be able to. I will be here, but I won't be able to speak as openly as I need to until about 2 o'clock. Clearview, are you speaking to Yanira? Yes. Are you speaking to yes? I know I'm never still on after this late. I'm usually off around 4 o'clock. I know, it's right. I need to get to bed, though. But that said, though, and I'm not going to. That's a total lie. I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to try, but it won't happen. So, okay, great. So that, yes, yeah, 2 p.m. Eastern. Okay, and I'll reach out. I have your number. I'll reach out. Let's look at Monkey King. Yes. Healing is a lie. Healing is trying to make what you are into what you used to be. That doesn't work. Instead, you have to be open to transforming into something completely new. And where that comes from, those are my words, but where that comes from is this idea that we very often, I did a lot of work with drug addicts, prostitutes who are drug addicts, and that's why they're prostitutes, homeless, very severely mentally disabled people, traumatic experiences, and that are, there's no healing for them. You don't abuse methamphetamine to the point that you like have no skin left and think you're going to heal to what you were before that. But you can become something new that is greater than what you were before you started the drugs. You don't spend years of abusing your body and shaming your body to gain money to do drugs and be what you were before that. That's a lie. You can't do. But that's okay. Crumple up a piece of paper and try to iron it flat. It doesn't work. But you can fold it into something beautiful. You can make it something else. And that's what we're doing anyway. We don't create, God creates. We transform. What is a song? Taking the notes that God gave us and putting them in an order that's pretty. Right? What is poetry? Taking the words that God gave us and putting them in an order that rings true. I'm not in a reading, and I will be happy to do that. And so the idea of rather than healing is transforming is what we're doing anyway. And so when we try to heal, it's a fool's errand. We're going to fail before we even start. Healing is not possible. Same thing when you cut yourself and you heal. Did it go back to the way it was? No, of course not. We know how healing works. To us up here, it looks a little different, but what happened? It's adding new skin. It's adding new muscle, new everything. That's not healed. It's new. So. Okay, monkey? That's my nickname for my dog. I have a little puppy, a baby dachshund. She is a sweetums, just a sweetums. These floppy ears, and she's just the cutest little thing. I just want to just squeeze her till she pops. She has this cute, stocky little front and this really long tail. And she comes up on me, and she just looks like a little monkey. I don't know. And so I call her my little monkey. Me too. And we have to be open to embodying each other, like really. I wasn't joking before about sexual alchemy, but like we do this all the time anyway. You have the power to do that with the person that's ringing up your groceries. And I don't mean that in some kind of vulgar way. I mean, just know each other. Inhale that person and exhale into them. Symbolically. Don't ever do that without their permission. But when it's real, like the connections with people I have on this stream here, or in the community that we're developing here, the cult, we can know the truth behind that connection. That we can do it together. Like I have embodied people here before, and it's amazing. Oh, no problem. I'm not gonna finish tomorrow. We're going to start new now that we have some more guidance on where he's coming from and where you're coming from, and maybe looking at changing some decisions. All right. And I'm going to walk into that situation with no expectation. It's not about convincing you of doing anything or you convincing yourself of doing anything. Rather, being open to the truth and listening to your higher self and what it has to say about what you should do next. Thank you, Justin, for coming in here. Sorry, what did I miss? I feel like I have to cut first. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. 10. Mars in Capricorn. We all have our role, and we're all equally as important. Work needs to be done, and it won't be done alone. Plus whatever meaning that you had. I always like general tarot reading meanings, like when you just pull a random card and just spit out a meaning when you have zero context, and it's totally off. I love that. That's just hysterical. It's like, you and your lover are going to, I've been single for 30 years. Like I said. But yeah, now three of discs is your ninth card. So, I'm getting over some very heavy health stuff, and my throat is killing me. Those who are familiar with the channel here can hear that I'm not resonating the same, and it's like I'm just sore. So I'm looking forward to having my body back. It's been this past several days has been really trying. And I appreciate everybody being patient with me as I go through this process. Thank you. Yanira, God bless. Good night. Pray for sleep. There he is again, that guy. There's something familiar about his eyes. Do you guys know this person? Every time I open this box, he's there. Anyways. I tried talking to him, but he won't answer me back. I don't know. I have to figure out why this conversation won't happen. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to reveal something to everybody. I'm Emma. It's true. I'm a time traveler. And Emma is actually me from the future making fun of myself for my own amusement. It's true. I'm a sadist. I'm a masochist. I just like to torture myself through time. So I just call myself names and troll myself on the internet. Thank you, everyone, for joining tonight. It was really, really interesting. The past couple of days have been kind of neat. It's not at all what I planned on doing, but I wound up feeling fulfilled in the end, and I got some very good feedback at the same time. It's a nice break from this subject. So next time, get the lotto numbers. I guarantee you I'll give you winning lotto numbers. They aren't going to be for tomorrow. But at some spatial point and some temporal point in the future, though, that number will appear in that order. So if you want them, I'll get them to you. Just they won't be tomorrow's. Oh man, don't you wish? Thank you so much to everybody who joined. If anyone has any questions or subjects that they want to talk about or are interested in learning about or has an expert in that they think this group could benefit from, contact me and I'll put them on and we'll talk about that. I would love to sit and have a discourse with another individual in a subject that is far beyond my understanding, so that can become learning through my questioning them. Today at 3 Eastern? No, I've got something at 2 and something at 5. Yeah, I have something at 2 and then something at 5. That's Eastern. But keep in touch. Text me. Text me and we'll go from there. Well, text me the stuff, And you can either call me, that'll be, well, it's 11, 2 p.m. So you can call or text or whatever the case, or you can even call me before that, but then we won't be doing the reading till around 2 o'clock. So that's, 2 o'clock Eastern, which would be 11 o'clock Pacific. Thank you. And I will. It's just the patience of getting through feeling achy and yucky and all that nut stuff. So. Oh, thank you. I'm glad. Oh, good. Oh, that's what you're saying. Okay, well, can you... there's no way for you to speed that up? Like, really, I don't know. Can I throw an extra couple bucks at that and get it by noon? I mean, I got stuff to do. Awesome. All right, guys, well, thank you so much. Have a good night, and I'll see everybody tomorrow. Thank you, Ynira, for your patience. Everything you just saw actually happened.